First edition published by I2I Hype, LLC 2024. Copyright 2024 by Win Valentine. All rights reserved. No part of this publication may be reproduced, stored, or transmitted in any form by any means, electronic, mechanical, photocopying, recording, scanning, or otherwise without written permission from the publisher. It is illegal to copy this book, post it to a website, or distribute it by any other means without permission. This novel is entirely a work of fiction. The names, characters, and incidents portrayed in it are the work of the author's imagination. Any resemblance to actual persons, living or dead, events or localities is entirely coincidental. Win Valentine asserts the moral right to be identified as the author of this work. Designations used by companies to distinguish their products are often claimed as trademarks. All brand names and product names used in this book and on its cover are trade names, service marks, trademarks, and registered trademarks of their respective owners. The publishers in the book are not associated with any product or vendor mentioned in this book. None of the companies referenced within the book have endorsed the book. Chapter 1: The Vanishing Scepter. Holly Evergreen hummed a cheery tune as she hung a garland of miniature candy canes around the display case of her gingerbread cottage bakery. The sweet scent of cinnamon and sugar filled the air, mingling with the ever-present aroma of peppermint that seemed to permeate every corner of Mary Hollow. Outside, a light snow fell, dusting the already white-capped roofs with a fresh layer of glistening powder. The bakery, with its gingerbread brown walls and peppermint-striped awnings, stood out even among the fantastical architecture of Mary Hollow. Holly had inherited the shop from her parents, and in the years since, she'd infused it with her own brand of magical baking. Every cupcake, cookie, and pastry that came out of her ovens carried a hint of enchantment, bringing smiles and sometimes surprising magical effects to her customers. "There," Holly said, stepping back to admire her handiwork. Her curly red hair bounced as she tilted her head, considering the decorations. "What do you think, Sprinkles?" The hyperactive pixie zipped around the bakery, leaving a trail of sparkling sugar in her wake. Her tiny wings, iridescent and faster than the eye could follow, created a soft humming sound as she darted from shelf to shelf. "It's perfect, Miss Holly." "Oh, can we add more glitter? Please?" Holly chuckled, adjusting her pointed witch's hat. The hat, a deep forest green to match her eyes, was adorned with a band of holly leaves and berries that changed colors with her mood. Right now, they shimmered with a mix of excitement and anticipation for the upcoming festival. "I think we have enough sparkle for now. Remember, we want to showcase the Sugarplum Fairy Festival treats, not outshine them." As if on cue, a tray of iridescent sugarplum cookies on the counter began to glow softly, their magic responding to Holly's words. She smiled, still amazed at how her newfound sugar magic seemed to infuse every baked good she created. It had been a surprise when she'd first discovered this new ability a few months ago, and she was still learning to control it. Holly's gaze wandered to the window, where frost patterns swirled in intricate designs. A shadow passed by the frosted glass, catching her attention. She squinted, trying to make out the figure, but it vanished as quickly as it had appeared. The shape had been oddly distorted, not quite human, but not like any of the magical creatures she was familiar with either. "Sprinkles, did you see that?" Holly asked, moving closer to the window. She pressed a hand against the cool glass, peering out into the snowy street. The pixie shook her head, sending a shower of sparkles onto a nearby gingerbread house. The tiny confectionery building seemed to sparkle with delight. "See what, Miss Holly?" "Never mind," Holly murmured, shaking off the uneasy feeling. She turned back to the warmth of the bakery, trying to dismiss the odd sighting. "It's probably just pre-festival jitters." The shop bell jingled merrily, its sound reminiscent of sleigh bells, and Jack Frost stepped inside. He brought a wave of crisp, cool air with him, causing the hanging candy canes to sway gently. His silver hair sparkled with melting snowflakes, and his ice blue eyes crinkled with warmth as he smiled at Holly. "Good morning, ladies," he said, brushing snow from his shimmering blue coat. The coat seemed to be made from frost itself, intricate patterns swirling across its surface. "The bakery looks fantastic." Holly felt a flutter in her stomach that had nothing to do with magic. She and Jack had grown closer over their recent adventures, and she found herself looking forward to his visits more and more. "Thanks, Jack. We're just putting on the finishing touches. Are you ready for the big day?" Jack's smile faltered slightly, a shadow passing over his handsome features. "As ready as I can be. My powers have been a bit unpredictable lately. I'm hoping they behave during the festival." Holly laid a comforting hand on his arm, noticing how he tensed slightly at her touch. The chill that usually emanated from him seemed muted today, almost warm. "Hey, we're in this together, remember? Whatever happens, we'll figure it out." Jack nodded, his expression softening. He covered Holly's hand with his own for a moment before stepping back. "You're right. So, what's on the menu for today's celebration?" Holly guided him to the display case, pointing out various magical confections. The glass fogged slightly as Jack leaned in, his natural coldness reacting with the warmth of the bakery. "We have floating fairy floss," she said, gesturing to clouds of pink and blue cotton candy that hovered an inch above their plates. "Enchanted eggnog tarts," she continued, indicating delicate pastries filled with a golden custard that sparkled like freshly fallen snow. And of course, the star of the show, Sugarplum surprise cupcakes. As if on cue, one of the cupcakes let out a tiny giggle and sprouted miniature wings, hovering an inch above the tray. Its frosting swirled in mesmerizing patterns, and the sprinkles danced across its surface like tiny ice skaters. Jack raised an eyebrow, clearly impressed. "Your sugar magic is getting stronger every day. These are incredible, Holly." Holly blushed, both pleased and a little embarrassed by the praise. "It's still so new. Sometimes I worry I might lose control and turn the whole town into one big Candyland." "I'd pay to see that," Jack teased, then glanced at his watch. A delicate timepiece made of clear ice that never melted, its hands moved with fluid grace. "We should head to the town square. The opening ceremony will be starting soon." Together, they left the bakery, with sprinkles flitting excitedly around them. Holly paused to lock up, whispering a quick protection spell that made the door glow briefly. As they stepped onto the street, the full magic of Merry Hollow enveloped them. The streets of the enchanted town were alive with activity as residents and visitors alike made their way to the festival. Elves, no taller than Holly's knee, darted between the legs of taller folk, their bells jingling merrily. Snow fairies, delicate creatures with wings like snowflakes, danced on the breeze, leaving trails of glittering frost in their wake. Holly and Jack made their way down Candy Cane Lane, the main street of Merry Hollow. The lampposts, shaped like oversized candy canes, glowed with a warm, inviting light. Shop windows displayed an array of magical wares, self-knitting scarves, snow globes with miniature living worlds inside, and toys that came to life with a touch. As they walked, Holly noticed Jack flexing his fingers, a slight frown on his face. A nearby window frosted over as they passed, the ice patterns more jagged and chaotic than usual. "Jack," she said softly, "are you sure you're okay?" He gave her a reassuring smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. "I'll be fine. It's just, sometimes it feels like my magic has a mind of its own lately. One minute it's barely there, the next it's overpowering." Holly's concern deepened. Jack's ice magic was as much a part of him as her own newfound sugar abilities were becoming to her. If something was wrong with his magic, it could be serious. "Maybe we should talk to Madame Permafrost after the ceremony. She might have some insight." Jack nodded, looking relieved at the suggestion. Madame Permafrost, the ancient ice witch who lived in a glacier at the edge of town, was known for her wisdom in all things magical. That's a good idea. But let's get through the festival first. I don't want to worry anyone unnecessarily. As they neared the town square, the crowd grew thicker. Holly gasped in wonder, momentarily forgetting her concerns. The already magical Christmas tree at the center of the square seemed to have grown even more magnificent overnight. Its branches were laden with twinkling lights and ornaments that moved of their own accord, dancing in time to the festive music that filled the air. Garlands of evergreen and holly wrapped around its massive trunk, giving off a fresh, piney scent that mingled with the sugary sweetness of the festival treats. At the base of the tree stood Mayor Kris Kringle, looking resplendent in his red and white robes. His long white beard sparkled with tiny lights, and his cheeks were as rosy as ever. Beside him, on a velvet cushion, rested the Sugarplum Scepter, a slender wand of crystallized sugar that glowed with an inner light. The scepter was said to be the source of much of Merry Hollow's holiday magic, passed down through generations of leaders. "Welcome, one and all, to the annual Sugarplum Fairy Festival," the mayor's voice boomed out, magically amplified to reach every corner of the square. "Today, we celebrate the sweetest magic of all, the magic of community and friendship that keeps our beloved Merry Hollow eternally festive." The crowd cheered, and Holly felt a surge of pride for her quirky, magical town. Merry Hollow had been her home all her life, and, as if triggered by the scepter's disappearance, chaos erupted in the square. Candy canes uprooted themselves from their displays and began marching in formation, their curved tops bobbing like the heads of strange, striped soldiers. Gingerbread men leapt from their booths, cackling as they ran through the startled crowd, leaving a trail of crumbs in their wake. A river of hot chocolate burst from a nearby fountain, its usual gentle flow turning into a raging torrent that threatened to flood the square. The liquid smelled divine, but steam rose from its surface, warning of its scalding temperature. "Holly!" Jack shouted over the commotion, his voice barely audible above the screams and shouts of the panicking crowd. "We need to contain this." Holly nodded, her witch's instincts kicking in. She raised her hands, feeling the sugar magic flow through her veins like warm syrup. Concentrating hard, she visualized what she wanted to create. With a burst of power that left her slightly dizzy, she conjured a shimmering barrier of hardened candy, containing the hot chocolate flood before it could reach the fleeing festival goers. The barrier, amber-colored and smelling faintly of caramel, creaked and groaned under the pressure of the chocolate river, but held firm. Holly maintained her focus, reinforcing the structure with each wave of magic she sent into it. Meanwhile, Jack was using his frost powers to deal with the rogue gingerbread men. With sweeping gestures, he sent blasts of icy wind their way, freezing them in their tracks. But Holly could see the strain on his face, his magic was flickering, sometimes coming out as a powerful Arctic gust, other times barely a cool breeze. One moment, a group of gingerbread men would be encased in a perfect shell of ice, immobilized mid-cackle. The next, Jack's magic would sputter, and he'd barely manage to frost their sugary feet to the ground. The inconsistency was clearly frustrating him, his brow furrowed in concentration as he tried to maintain control. As the initial panic subsided and the magical mischief was brought under control, Holly let her candy barrier dissolve, the sweet-smelling magic dissipating into the air. She made her way to Jack's side, noting the beads of sweat on his forehead, an unusual sight for someone who usually radiated cold. "Are you all right?" she asked, placing a hand on his arm. To her surprise, he felt almost warm to the touch. Jack nodded, though he looked pale, paler than usual for a winter spirit. "I'll be fine. But this is bad, Holly. The scepter's disappearance, my malfunctioning powers. I don't think it's a coincidence." Holly bit her lip, worry gnawing at her. She and Jack shared a look of determination. This was more than just a simple theft or magical prank. The Sugarplum Scepter was crucial to maintaining the delicate balance of holiday magic in Merry Hollow. Without it, who knew what might happen to their eternally festive town? "We need to find that scepter," Holly said, her green eyes flashing with resolve. She could feel her magic humming beneath her skin, ready to be called upon again if needed. Jack nodded, a grim smile on his face. Despite his obvious fatigue, there was a spark of excitement in his ice blue eyes. Looks like we've got another mystery on our hands. Any theories? Holly's mind raced, considering the possibilities. The Sugarplum Scepter was one of the most heavily guarded magical artifacts in Mary Hollow. Its protection spells were ancient and powerful, renewed each year during the festival. Well, whoever took it must have powerful magic to bypass all the protective spells. And they'd need to know the festival schedule inside and out to time it so perfectly. Agreed, Jack said, running a hand through his silver hair. We should start by questioning the festival organizers and performers. Someone must have seen something suspicious. As they prepared to begin their investigation, Holly couldn't shake the memory of the shadowy figure she'd seen outside her bakery. Was it connected to the theft? And what about Jack's fluctuating powers, could that be related somehow? One thing was certain, the Sugarplum Fairy Festival had just become a lot more interesting than anyone had bargained for. As Holly and Jack set off to start their investigation, neither of them noticed the small, candy-striped mouse that scurried away from the scene, clutching a tiny, glowing shard of crystal sugar in its paws. The festival around them continued, but with an undercurrent of unease. The twinkling lights seemed a little dimmer, the cheerful music a touch off-key. Holly knew that without the scepter, the magic of Mary Hollow was at risk. They had to solve this mystery, and fast. Ready to save Christmas again? Holly asked, managing a smile despite her worry. She held out her hand to Jack, a silent offer of partnership and support. Jack's ice blue eyes met hers, a spark of excitement beneath his concern. He took her hand, his touch cooler now, more like his usual self. With you? Always. Let's catch ourselves a scepter thief. Together, they set off into the heart of the festival, ready to begin their investigation. The crowd around them was a mix of concerned murmurs and forced cheer, as if the residents of Mary Hollow were determined to enjoy the festivities despite the alarming turn of events. Holly's mind was already racing, considering potential suspects and motives. We should start with the festival committee, she suggested, steering Jack towards a group of elves huddled near the hot chocolate fountain, which was now producing only a trickle of lukewarm cocoa. They would have had the most access to the scepter's schedule and security details. Jack nodded, his eyes scanning the crowd. Good thinking. But let's not rule out visitors. A powerful magic user could have slipped into town under the guise of attending the festival. As they approached the elves, Holly recognized Tinsel Twinkletoes, the head of the festival committee. The diminutive elf was wringing his hands, his pointed ears drooping with distress. Tinsel, Holly called out, causing the elf to jump slightly. Can we have a word? Tinsel turned, his green eyes widening at the sight of Holly and Jack. Oh, Miss Evergreen, Mr. Frost. Thank goodness you're here. This is a disaster. A catastrophe. A dash. Calm down, Tinsel, Jack interrupted gently. We're here to help. Can you tell us who had access to the scepter before the ceremony? Tinsel took a deep breath, his tiny chest puffing out. Well, that would be myself, Mayor Kringle, and the honor guard of Nutcracker soldiers. Oh, and Sugarplum Mary, of course, she's in charge of the scepter's magical maintenance. Holly raised an eyebrow. Sugarplum Mary? I don't think I've met her before. Oh, she's new in town, Tinsel explained. Came highly recommended by the Council of Holiday Magic. Bit of an odd duck, if you ask me, but her credentials were impeccable. Jack and Holly exchanged a look. A newcomer with access to the scepter was certainly worth investigating. Where can we find this Sugarplum Mary? Jack asked. Tinsel pointed towards a shimmering purple tent near the edge of the square. That's her workshop. But I warn you, she's a bit eccentric. Thanking Tinsel, Holly and Jack made their way through the crowd towards the tent. As they walked, Holly noticed more signs of the town's magic going awry. A group of caroling snowmen were singing off-key, their coal eyes rolling in distress. Nearby, a stand selling magical roasted chestnuts was dealing with nuts that kept teleporting out of their bags and bouncing down the street. "Jack," Holly said softly, "I think the scepter's disappearance is affecting more than just the festival. The whole town's magic seems to be unraveling." Jack nodded grimly. "All the more reason to solve this quickly. We can't let Merry Hollow lose its holiday spirit." As they neared Sugarplum Mary's tent, a strange scent wafted towards them, a mix of sugar, spice, and something sharper, almost metallic. The tent's entrance flaps were tied back, revealing a cluttered interior filled with bubbling cauldrons, sparkling vials, and what looked like a miniature galaxy swirling in a snow globe. "Hello?" Holly called out. "Sugarplum Mary? We'd like to ask you a few questions about the scepter." For a moment, there was no response. Then, with a puff of glittering smoke, a figure appeared in the tent's entrance. Sugarplum Mary was not at all what Holly had expected. She was tall and willowy, with skin the pale purple of a sugar plum and hair that seemed to be made of spun sugar. Her eyes, when they focused on Holly and Jack, were swirling pools of color that made Holly feel slightly dizzy.
"Ah,
"Visitors." Sugarplum Mary's voice was melodic, with an accent Holly couldn't quite place. Come in, come in. Would you like some tea? I've just brewed a batch of temporal tangle, it lets you taste your future." Jack cleared his throat. "Actually, we're here about the Sugarplum Scepter. We understand you were in charge of its magical maintenance." Sugarplum Mary's expression didn't change, but Holly felt a sudden chill in the air, and she was pretty sure it wasn't coming from Jack this time. "The scepter? Oh my, yes. Terrible business, its disappearance. Terrible indeed." Mary turned away, busying herself with a set of crystal vials. "I checked it just this morning, you know. All was in order." Holly stepped further into the tent, her witch's senses on high alert. Something about Mary's demeanor felt off, but she couldn't put her finger on what. "Did you notice anything unusual? Any fluctuations in its magic, perhaps?" Mary paused, then turned back to them with a smile that didn't quite reach her swirling eyes. "Fluctuations? No, no. The scepter was as steady as the North Star. Although..." She trailed off, her gaze becoming distant. "Although what?" Jack pressed, moving to stand beside Holly. Mary blinked, refocusing on them. "Oh, it's probably nothing. Just a silly observation. But this morning, when I was performing the maintenance spells, I could have sworn I saw a reflection in the scepter's crystal. A face I didn't recognize." Holly and Jack exchanged glances. Could this be a clue, or was Sugarplum Mary simply living up to Tinsel's description of her as eccentric? "Can you describe this face?" Holly asked gently. Mary's brow furrowed. "It was just for a moment, you understand. But I remember thinking, it looked like winter itself. Cold and beautiful and terribly, terribly sad." Jack stiffened beside Holly, his hand unconsciously moving to touch his chest where his heart would be. Holly knew that Jack's past was something of a mystery, even to himself. Could this strange reflection be connected to his origins? Before they could ask any more questions, a commotion outside caught their attention. Shouts and the sound of shattering glass filled the air. "We'd better check that out," Jack said, already moving towards the tent's entrance. "Thank you for your time, Sugarplum Mary. We may have more questions later." As they hurried out of the tent, Holly couldn't shake the feeling that they had just scratched the surface of a mystery far deeper than a simple theft. The scepter's disappearance, Jack's fluctuating powers, the strange reflection Mary had seen, how did it all connect? One thing was certain, the Sugarplum Fairy Festival was turning out to be far more eventful than anyone in Merry Hollow had bargained for. As Holly and Jack raced towards the source of the new disturbance, she silently hoped they would be able to unravel this mystery before the town's eternal Christmas spirit melted away for good. Chapter 2: Sweet Clues. Holly and Jack pushed through the crowd towards the source of the commotion. As they rounded the corner of Gingerbread Lane, they came face to face with a scene of confectionery chaos. A stand selling magical jumping jelly beans had apparently malfunctioned, sending thousands of colorful beans bouncing in every direction. Festival goers ducked and weaved, trying to avoid the sugary projectiles. "Oh, Sugarplum!" Holly exclaimed, narrowly dodging a particularly enthusiastic red jelly bean. "Jack, can you contain them?" Jack nodded, his face a mask of concentration. He raised his hands, and a gentle flurry of snow began to fall, gradually slowing the jelly beans' momentum. As the beans settled into the growing snowdrifts, their magical energy seemed to dissipate. "Nice work," Holly said, patting Jack's shoulder. She couldn't help but notice that his skin felt warmer than usual, and there were beads of sweat on his forehead, an unusual sight for a winter spirit. Jack managed a weak smile. "Thanks. But I don't think I can keep this up all day. We need to find that scepter, and fast." Holly nodded in agreement. "Let's split up and talk to some of the festival goers. Someone must have seen something suspicious." They agreed to meet back at Holly's bakery in an hour and went their separate ways. Holly approached a group of snow fairies who were hovering near a candy floss stand, their delicate wings shimmering in the winter sunlight. "Excuse me," she said, smiling warmly. "I was wondering if any of you noticed anything unusual before the scepter disappeared?" The fairies looked at each other, their tiny faces scrunched in concentration. Finally, the smallest one, no bigger than Holly's palm, fluttered forward. "I saw a shadow," she said, her voice like tinkling bells. "By the big Christmas tree, just before the mayor's speech. It didn't look like any of the usual shadows. It was ripply, like water." Holly's interest was piqued. "Ripply? That's fascinating. Did you see where it went?" The fairy shook her head, sending a shower of sparkles into the air. "It just vanished when the mayor started talking. I thought I was seeing things." Thanking the fairies, Holly moved on, her mind whirling with possibilities. A shadow that moved like water? It didn't sound like any magic she was familiar with. She made a mental note to check her spell books later. As she continued her rounds, Holly interviewed a variety of quirky characters. There was Pepper Peppermint, the candy cane maker, who swore he'd seen the scepter float by itself for a split second before vanishing. Frosty Fizzlewig, the ice cream vendor, claimed his latest batch of premonition praline had warned him of impending doom just that morning. But it was her conversation with Jingle Belsnickel, an overzealous elf from the gift-wrapping department, that truly stood out. When Holly asked about his whereabouts during the scepter's disappearance, Jingle's eyes lit up with manic energy. "Oh, I can do better than tell you," he squeaked, bouncing on his curly-toed shoes. "I can show you." Before Holly could protest, Jingle launched into an elaborate interpretive dance. He twirled and leaped, his bells jingling wildly as he mimed wrapping presents, checking his watch, and gasping in shock. Holly watched, torn between amusement and bewilderment, as Jingle finished his performance with a dramatic flourish. "So you see," he panted, bowing low, "I couldn't possibly have taken the scepter. I was far too busy wrapping the mayor's new set of enchanted baubles." Holly struggled to keep a straight face. "Thank you, Jingle. That was very informative." As she walked away, she couldn't help but chuckle. Even in the midst of a crisis, the residents of Merry Hollow never failed to surprise her. An hour later, Holly pushed open the door to her bakery, the familiar scent of sugar and spice wrapping around her like a warm hug. Jack was already there, leaning against the counter with a troubled expression. "Any luck?" Holly asked, hanging up her cloak. Jack shook his head. "Nothing concrete. A few odd sightings, but nothing that screams scepter thief. You? Holly filled him in on her interviews, including Jingle's enthusiastic alibi. As she talked, she found herself gravitating towards the kitchen, her hands automatically reaching for flour and sugar. What are you doing? Jack asked, raising an eyebrow. Holly looked down at her hands, realizing she'd started measuring ingredients without even thinking about it. Oh, I guess I'm stress baking. It helps me think. Jack's lips quirked into a smile. Well, don't let me stop you. Your cinnamon rolls are legendary. As Holly mixed and kneaded, she and Jack compared notes. The rippling shadow, the floating scepter, the premonition of doom, none of it seemed to fit together. It's like we're missing a piece of the puzzle, Holly said, shaping the dough with practiced ease. Something that ties all these strange occurrences together. Jack nodded, absently frosting a nearby window pane with intricate patterns. And we still don't know how it's connected to my powers acting up. I've never felt so unstable before. Holly paused in her baking, looking at Jack with concern. Has it gotten any better? Jack held out his hand, conjuring a small flurry of snowflakes. For a moment, they danced in perfect formation, but then they suddenly melted, leaving a small puddle on the floor. It comes and goes. 1 minute I'm fine, the next. He trailed off, frustration evident in his voice. Holly reached out, squeezing his hand comfortingly. We'll figure it out, Jack. We always do. As she turned back to her baking, a movement caught her eye. One of the gingerbread men she'd baked earlier for the festival was twitching. As she watched in astonishment, it slowly sat up, blinking button eyes at her. Jack, she said, her voice barely above a whisper. Are you seeing this? Jack turned, his eyes widening as the gingerbread man stood up and did a little jig. Holly, are you doing this? Holly shook her head, too stunned to speak. The gingerbread man hopped off the tray, did a somersault, and landed on the counter, grinning up at them with his icing mouth. Well, hello there, little fella, Holly said, finally finding her voice. She reached out tentatively, and the gingerbread man high-fived her finger, leaving a smudge of cinnamon on her skin. Jack leaned in, examining the magical cookie. I've never seen anything like this. Your sugar magic must be evolving. Holly concentrated, focusing on the warmth of magic she felt inside her. To her amazement, she could sense a connection to the gingerbread man, almost like an invisible thread of spun sugar linking them. I think I can control him, she said, her voice filled with wonder. She imagined the gingerbread man doing a cartwheel, and immediately, he complied, his cookie limbs moving with surprising grace. Jack whistled, impressed. Holly, do you realize what this means? You're not just infusing your baking with magic anymore. You're creating magical constructs. Holly's mind raced with the possibilities. If she could animate gingerbread men, what else could she do? Could she create helpers for the bakery? Guardians for Mary Hollow? Her excitement was cut short by a sharp crack. Frost spread rapidly across the windows, not in Jack's usual beautiful patterns, but in jagged, angry lines. Jack stumbled back, his face pale. Jack. Holly rushed to his side, steadying him. What's wrong? He shook his head, looking dazed. I don't know. It's like my magic just surged. I couldn't control it. Before Holly could respond, there was a ping from Jack's pocket. He pulled out a small, icy blue crystal, his magical communication device. As he read the message etched in frost on its surface, his expression grew grim. We've got trouble, he said, looking up at Holly. There have been more magical crimes reported all over town. The scepter's disappearance must be affecting Mary Hollow's magical balance faster than we thought. Holly's heart sank. She looked at the animated gingerbread man, still capering on the counter, then back at Jack. What do we do? Jack squared his shoulders, a determined glint in his ice-blue eyes. We solve this mystery, and fast. Before Mary Hollow's eternal Christmas spirit melts away for good. Holly nodded. Chapter 3, The Candy Caravan Arrives. The sun was just beginning to dip below the frosted rooftops of Mary Hollow when Holly and Jack heard the distant jingling of bells. It wasn't the familiar sound of Santa's sleigh or even the town's many elves. This was different, a melody that seemed to dance on the wind, accompanied by the creaking of wheels and the clip-clop of hooves. What in the name of sugarplums is that? Holly wondered aloud, pausing in her examination of a suspicious-looking snowbank. Jack cocked his head, listening intently. His silver hair caught the last rays of sunlight, giving him an almost ethereal glow. I'm not sure, but it's coming from the east gate. Curiosity piqued, they made their way through the twisting, candy cane-striped streets towards the town's entrance. As they rounded the corner onto Peppermint Plaza, they were met with a sight that made even the most magical residents of Mary Hollow stop and stare. A procession of brightly colored wagons was rolling into town, each one more fantastical than the last. The lead wagon was shaped like an enormous gingerbread house, complete with icing trim and gumdrop decorations. Behind it came a carriage that looked like a giant snow globe, its glass dome filled with perpetually falling glitter snow. The third wagon resembled a massive jack-in-the-box, occasionally popping open to reveal a grinning performer who would wave to the gathering crowd before disappearing back inside. The candy caravan, Holly breathed, her green eyes wide with wonder. I've heard stories, but I never thought I'd see them in person. Jack frowned, his ice-blue eyes narrowing as he watched the procession. I don't like this. Their timing is too convenient. The scepter vanishes, and suddenly a troupe of magical performers shows up. Holly bit her lip, considering. Jack had a point, but there was something about the caravan that called to her, like the scent of freshly baked cookies on a winter's day. Let's not jump to conclusions. They might be able to help us. As the wagons came to a stop in the town square, a hush fell over the gathered crowd. The door of the gingerbread wagon swung open, and out stepped the most striking woman Holly had ever seen. She was tall and willowy, with hair the color of spun sugar that seemed to float around her head like a cloud. Her dress appeared to be made of hardened candy, shimmering in shades of red and white as she moved. But it was her eyes that truly captured attention. They were kaleidoscopes of color, shifting and swirling like the inside of a magical snow globe. Greetings, Mary Hollow, her voice rang out, clear as a bell and sweet as honey. I am Carmela Candy Cane, leader of the Candy Caravan. We've come to bring an extra sprinkle of magic to your Sugarplum Fairy Festival. The crowd erupted in cheers and applause. Even Jack seemed momentarily dazzled, though he quickly shook it off, his natural suspicion reasserting itself. Carmela raised her hands, and suddenly the air was filled with floating candies of every shape and color. Children laughed in delight, jumping to catch the sweets as they drifted by. Now then, Carmela continued, her kaleidoscope eyes scanning the crowd, I hear you've had a spot of trouble with a missing scepter? Perhaps we can lend a hand in the search. After all, what's a little magical mystery between friends? Holly felt a tug on her sleeve and turned to find Jack looking at her with concern. Be careful, Holly, he whispered. We don't know anything about these people. They could be involved in the theft. Or they could be exactly the help we need, Holly countered, though she appreciated Jack's caution. Let's at least hear what they have to say. They approached Carmela, who was now surrounded by a group of eager townspeople. As they drew closer, Holly could smell an intoxicating mix of peppermint, chocolate, and something else, a tangy, almost electric scent that made her skin tingle.
Ah.
And who do we have here? Carmela's swirling eyes fixed on Holly and Jack. I sense great magic in you both. You must be the famous Holly Evergreen and Jack Frost I've heard so much about. Holly blushed, unused to being recognized. Famous might be stretching it a bit, but yes, that's us. We're trying to find the Sugarplum Scepter. You said you might be able to help? Carmela's smile widened, revealing teeth that seemed to sparkle like sugar crystals. Indeed I did, my dear. The candy caravan has many magical tricks up its sleeves. Perhaps a little candy divination might point us in the right direction? Jack stepped forward, his natural chill causing frost to form on the cobblestones beneath his feet. And what would this divination entail, exactly? If Carmela was put off by Jack's cool demeanor, she didn't show it. Nothing too complicated, I assure you. A simple ritual using enchanted candies to reveal hidden truths. Harmless, but often quite effective. Holly found herself nodding along, intrigued by the idea. She'd never heard of candy divination before, but then again, her own sugar magic was constantly surprising her. I'd be interested in seeing how it works, she said, ignoring Jack's pointed look. Wonderful. Carmela clapped her hands, and immediately, two of her performers began setting up a small table beside the gingerbread wagon. They covered it with a shimmering cloth that seemed to be woven from cotton candy, and placed upon it a crystal bowl filled with what looked like ordinary jelly beans. Now then, Carmela said, gesturing for Holly and Jack to join her at the table. Let's see what the sweets have to say about your missing scepter, shall we? She waved her hand over the bowl, and the jelly beans began to glow faintly. Each of you, take 3 beans without looking. The colors and patterns they form will guide our search. Holly reached into the bowl, feeling the beans vibrate slightly against her fingers. She withdrew 3 and placed them on the table. Jack, after a moment's hesitation, did the same. Carmela leaned in, her kaleidoscope eyes swirling faster as she examined the candies. Interesting, very interesting, she murmured. Holly, your beans speak of hidden powers awakening, of sweet magic taking new forms. And Jack. She paused, her brow furrowing slightly. Your beans tell a tale of frost and fire, of powers in flux and a past shrouded in mist. Holly and Jack exchanged glances. It was uncannily accurate, given what they'd been experiencing with their magic lately. As for the scepter, Carmela continued, I see, darkness. Not evil, necessarily, but shadow. And water, flowing where it should not. The scepter is hidden, but not far. It's... Suddenly, a loud crash echoed from the town square, followed by a series of pops and whistles that sounded alarmingly like magical misfires. The jelly beans on the table jumped and scattered, their glow fading instantly. Oh dear, Carmela said, straightening up. It seems our divination will have to wait. It appears your town's magic is becoming quite unstable. Holly was already on her feet, Jack right beside her. We need to check that out, she said, torn between curiosity about the divination and concern for the town. Jack nodded, looking relieved to have an excuse to end the session. Agreed. Thank you for your insights, Miss Candy Cane. We'll continue this later. As they hurried towards the sound of commotion, Holly's mind was whirling. The candy divination had been fascinating, and Carmela's words about hidden powers and shadows resonated with her. But Jack's suspicions nagged at her too. Was the candy caravan really here to help, or was there something more going on? They rounded the corner into the town square and skidded to a halt, taking in the scene before them. The giant Christmas tree in the center was shooting off sparks like a malfunctioning firework, its ornaments zooming around like festive missiles. Nearby, a group of snowmen had apparently come to life and were engaged in what looked like a snowball fight to the death, their coal eyes glowing an ominous red. Oh, Sugarplum, Holly muttered, rolling up her sleeves. Looks like we've got our work cut out for us. Jack nodded grimly, frost already forming around his hands. I'll take the tree if you can handle the snowman? Holly grinned, feeling her sugar magic humming beneath her skin. Deal. Just try not to freeze the whole square this time, okay? As they sprang into action, Holly couldn't help but glance back towards the candy caravan. Carmela was watching the chaos with an unreadable expression, her kaleidoscope eyes reflecting the magical mayhem. For a moment, Holly thought she saw a flicker of something, satisfaction? Concern crossed the woman's face. But then Carmela turned away, disappearing into her gingerbread wagon, and Holly had to focus on the task at hand. Whatever secrets the candy Jack's expression turned serious. I don't know, Holly. It could just be a lucky guess, or cold reading. Lots of magical charlatans use tricks like that. But what if it's not? Holly pressed. What if she really can see something about your past? Don't you want to know more? Jack was quiet for a long moment, his gaze distant. When he spoke, his voice was soft, almost vulnerable. Of course I do. There's so much about myself, about where I came from, that I don't understand. But I can't let that desire for answers cloud my judgment. The scepter has to be our priority right now. Holly nodded, feeling a mix of sympathy and frustration. She understood Jack's caution, but she couldn't help feeling that the candy caravan might hold important clues, not just about the scepter, but about Jack's mysterious origins as well. Their conversation was interrupted by the arrival of Mayor Kringle, looking frazzled and out of breath. His normally rosy cheeks were pale, and his beard seemed to have lost some of its magical sparkle. Oh, thank goodness you two were here, he puffed, leaning heavily on his candy cane staff. I don't know what we'd do without you. But I'm afraid things are only getting worse. Reports are coming in from all over town of magical disturbances. It's as if the very fabric of Merry Hollow is unraveling. Holly and Jack exchanged worried glances. They had suspected the scepter's disappearance would have far-reaching consequences, but this was escalating faster than they had anticipated. Mayor, Holly said, an idea forming, what do you know about the candy caravan? They arrived just after the scepter vanished, and their leader seems to have some powerful divination magic. Mayor Kringle stroked his beard thoughtfully. The candy caravan? Oh, they're a well-known troupe of magical performers. They travel between holiday realms, bringing cheer and spectacle wherever they go. I invited them months ago to add some extra pizzazz to our festival. He chuckled. Although I must admit, I didn't expect them to arrive in the middle of a crisis. Jack frowned. So you can vouch for them? They're not suspicious in any way? The mayor looked surprised. Suspicious? Goodness, no. Carmela Candy Cane is a respected figure in magical circles. In fact, he added, lowering his voice conspiratorially, I've heard rumors that she was once in line to be the Sugarplum Fairy herself, before she chose the life of a traveling performer instead. This new information sent Holly's mind spinning with possibilities. If Carmela had that kind of magical pedigree, her offer of help could be invaluable. But Jack still looked skeptical, and Holly had to admit his caution had saved them more than once in the past. Thank you, Mayor, she said at last. We'll keep investigating. In the meantime, perhaps you could organize some town volunteers to help contain any new magical outbursts? Jack and I can't be everywhere at once. Mayor Kringle nodded enthusiastically. An excellent idea, my dear. I'll get right on it. And please, keep me informed of any developments with the scepter. Merry Hollow is counting on you both. As the mayor hurried off, Holly turned to Jack. I think we should take Carmela up on her offer, she said firmly. Even if you don't trust her divination, she might have knowledge or magical resources that could help us find the scepter. Jack sighed, running a hand through his silver hair. I don't like it, Holly. Something about this whole situation feels off. But, he added, seeing the determination in her eyes, I trust your instincts. If you think this is the right move, I'm with you. Holly felt a warm glow of affection for her partner. Despite his reservations, Jack was willing to follow her lead. It was one of the things she admired most about him, his ability to put aside his own doubts for the good of the team. Thank you, she said softly. Now, let's go see what other sweet secrets the candy caravan might be hiding. As they made their way back towards the colorful wagons, the sun finally dipped below the horizon. The eternal Christmas lights of Merry Hollow twinkled to life, but Holly noticed that they seemed dimmer than usual, flickering uncertainly like candles in a draft. The candy caravan's encampment was a riot of color and activity. Performers were setting up for what looked like an evening show, stringing lights between the wagons and setting out chairs for an audience. The air was filled with the scent of caramel popcorn and hot chocolate, making Holly's mouth water despite the seriousness of their mission. They found Carmela outside the gingerbread wagon, deep in conversation with a group of her performers. As Holly and Jack approached, she turned to them with a dazzling smile.
Ah,
"Our magical mystery solvers return," she exclaimed. "I trust you've dealt with whatever kerfuffle interrupted our little session?" Holly nodded. "For now, at least. But things are getting worse. The town's magic is becoming more unstable by the hour. We were hoping we could continue our discussion about the scepter." Carmela's kaleidoscope eyes sparkled with interest. "Of course, my dears. I'd be delighted to assist further. Perhaps we could retire to my private quarters for a more in-depth divination?" Jack stepped forward, his protective instincts clearly on high alert. "I think we'd prefer to conduct any further investigations in a more public setting, if you don't mind." For a split second, Holly thought she saw a flash of annoyance cross Carmela's face, but it was gone so quickly she couldn't be sure. "As you wish," Carmela said smoothly. "Why don't we set up right here? The energy of the caravan might even enhance our magical seeking." With a wave of her candy-striped wand, Carmela conjured a small table draped in shimmering, iridescent fabric. At the center sat a large crystal bowl filled with what looked like colorful hard candies. "Now then," Carmela said, gesturing for Holly and Jack to join her at the table. "Let's see if we can unravel this sweet mystery, shall we?" Holly stepped forward eagerly, but Jack hung back, his eyes scanning the surrounding area with barely disguised suspicion. Holly understood his caution, but she couldn't help feeling a thrill of excitement. This was real divination magic, something she'd only read about in her spell books. Carmela began to chant softly, her melodic voice weaving a spell that made the very air around them seem to shimmer. The candies in the bowl began to glow, lifting into the air and spinning in complex patterns. I see a shadow," Carmela intoned, her eyes closed in concentration. "A figure cloaked in winter's chill, yet burning with an inner fire. The scepter is drawn to this duality, this balance of opposing forces." Holly gasped. Could Carmela be describing Jack? She glanced at her partner, seeing the tension in his jaw, the way his fists were clenched at his sides. Carmela continued, oblivious to the effect her words were having. "The scepter is hidden, but not far. It lies beneath the surface, in a place where sugar flows like water and memories crystallize into." Suddenly, a loud, discordant sound cut through the night air, shattering the magical atmosphere. It was like the clash of cymbals mixed with the screech of nails on a chalkboard, and it seemed to be coming from the direction of the town square. The floating candies dropped back into the bowl with a clatter, and Carmela's eyes flew open, looking startled and perhaps a touch annoyed. "Oh my," she said, composing herself quickly. "It seems Mary Hollow's magical instability is intent on interrupting us. How vexing." Holly was already on her feet, adrenaline coursing through her veins. "We need to check that out." "Jack?" Jack nodded, looking almost relieved at the interruption. "Right behind you." As they turned to leave, Carmela called out, "Do be careful, my dears. And remember, the candy caravan is always here to lend a helping hand, or a magical sweet." Holly and Jack raced towards the town square, the ominous sound growing louder with each step. As they rounded the corner, they skidded to a halt, taking in the chaotic scene before them. The giant gingerbread clock tower that stood at the center of the square was going haywire. Its candy cane hands were spinning wildly, shooting off sparks of sugar magic with each rotation. Worse, the tower seemed to be affecting time itself in the immediate area. Holly watched in amazement as a group of elves near the base of the tower moved in rapid fast forward, while a family of snow fairies hovered in slow motion nearby. Great sugar plums, Holly breathed. This is bad, Jack. If that clock tower isn't stopped, it could tear a hole in the fabric of Mary Hollow's reality. Jack nodded grimly, frost already forming around his hands. We need to stabilize it, fast. Any ideas? Holly's mind raced, considering and discarding plans at lightning speed. Then, her eyes widened as inspiration struck. Jack. Remember the gingerbread men I animated earlier? What if we could create a bigger version, something large enough to hold the clock tower steady? Jack looked at her with a mix of admiration and concern. That's brilliant, Holly, but are you sure you can manage something that big? You've never created a construct that large before. Holly set her jaw, determination flooding through her. There's a first time for everything. Besides, do we have any other choice? Jack shook his head. All right, let's do it. What do you need from me? Cover me, Holly said, already closing her eyes and concentrating. Keep any magical backlash away while I work. As Holly began to gather her sugar magic, feeling it build within her like a rising tide of sweetness, she heard Jack spring into action. The temperature around them dropped sharply as he created an icy barrier, protecting them from the chaotic time magic emanating from the clock tower. Holly focused all her energy, visualizing the enormous gingerbread construct she needed to create. She could feel the strain, like trying to pour an ocean through a straw, but she gritted her teeth and pushed harder. Suddenly, the magic flowed freely, rushing out of her in a wave of gingerbread-scented power. Holly opened her eyes to see a massive gingerbread man forming in front of the clock tower, easily as tall as the structure itself. It's working, she cried out, exhilaration mixing with exhaustion. The gingerbread giant reached out with arms as thick as tree trunks, grasping the clock tower firmly. Almost immediately, the wild spinning of the hands began to slow. Keep it up, Holly. Jack shouted encouragingly. You're doing it. Holly poured every ounce of concentration into maintaining and controlling the gingerbread construct. She could feel the conflicting magics battling each other, her sweet, stabilizing energy against the chaotic time magic of the malfunctioning tower. For a heart-stopping moment, it seemed like the tower's magic might be too strong. The gingerbread giant's arms began to crack, sugar dust raining down onto the square. But then, with a final surge of willpower, Holly pushed back. The clock tower gave a great shudder, and then, all at once, fell still. The candy cane hands settled back into their correct positions, ticking along at a normal pace. Around the square, the affected residents returned to normal speed, looking dazed but unharmed. Holly sagged to her knees, utterly spent. The gingerbread giant crumbled away into a mountain of cookie crumbs, its purpose fulfilled. Jack was at her side in an instant, his cool hand on her shoulder. Holly. Are you all right? She managed a weak smile. I think so. Just really need a sugar boost right about now. As Jack helped her to her feet, Mayor Kringle came hurrying over, his face a mix of relief and concern. Oh, thank goodness, he puffed. I don't know how to thank you both. That was a close one. Holly nodded, leaning heavily on Jack for support. Too close. Mayor, the town's magic is deteriorating faster than we thought. We need to find that scepter, and soon. The mayor wrung his hands anxiously. I know. But where do we even start looking? As if in answer to his question, a sweet, familiar scent wafted through the air. Holly turned to see Carmela Candy Cane approaching, a tray of steaming mugs in her hands. Perhaps, Carmela said, her kaleidoscope eyes twinkling, it's time we combined our magical resources. After all, Mary Hollow's fate hangs in the balance. And I, for one, am not content to stand idly by while such a charming town faces such a bitter end. She offered the tray to Holly and Jack. Hot chocolate? I find it does wonders for magical exhaustion. And while we sip, we can discuss our next move in this most intriguing of mysteries. Holly accepted a mug gratefully, breathing in the rich aroma. As she took a sip, feeling warmth and energy flow back into her tired body, she couldn't help but wonder, was Carmela truly here to help? Or was the leader of the candy caravan playing some deeper, sweeter game of her own? One thing was certain, the next phase of their adventure promised to be the most challenging yet. And as the clock tower chimed midnight, its sound echoing through the magically unstable town, Holly knew that time was quickly running out for Mary Hollow. Chapter 4, Sugar and Spice. The next morning dawned crisp and clear, a fresh layer of glittering snow covering Mary Hollow like a blanket of powdered sugar. Holly stood in her bakery, surveying the familiar space with new eyes. After the events of the previous night, the chaotic clock tower, her creation of the giant gingerbread man, she felt different. Her magic hummed beneath her skin, eager to be used, to be explored. "All right," she said to herself, rolling up her sleeves. "Let's see what this sugar magic can really do." She started small, focusing on a bowl of plain sugar on the counter. Closing her eyes, she envisioned the sugar taking shape, forming into delicate snowflakes. When she opened her eyes, she gasped in delight. The bowl was filled with perfect sugar snowflakes, each one unique and intricately detailed. Encouraged by this success, Holly moved on to more complex creations. She waved her hand over a tray of cupcakes, imagining them decorated with elaborate sugar flowers. The frosting swirled and shaped itself, blooming into roses, daisies, and tulips of every color. "Incredible," she breathed, picking up a cupcake to examine it more closely. The sugar flower felt real to the touch, its petals delicate and slightly cool. Next, she turned her attention to a batch of cookie dough. Instead of using cookie cutters, she focused her magic, willing the dough to shape itself. To her amazement, the dough began to move, forming into perfect stars, hearts, and even tiny, detailed reindeer. As she worked, Holly felt her confidence growing. She experimented with different types of sugar, discovering that each had its own unique magical properties. Brown sugar was excellent for creating earthy, sturdy constructs, while powdered sugar was perfect for delicate, lacy designs. However, not everything went smoothly. In her excitement, Holly sometimes overestimated her control. An attempt to create a sugar sculpture of the town square resulted in a miniature explosion of powdered sugar that coated every surface in the bakery. When she tried to animate a gingerbread house to walk around the counter, it grew legs that were comically too long, causing it to stumble and crash into a display of candy canes. Despite these mishaps, Holly couldn't help but laugh. Each failure taught her something new about her abilities, and the sheer joy of discovery outweighed any frustration. As the morning wore on, the bakery began to resemble a whimsical wonderland of sugar creations. Floating cotton candy clouds drifted near the ceiling, occasionally sprinkling sweet rain onto the counters below. A family of spun sugar animals frolicked among a forest of crystallized herb trees. And in the center of it all stood Holly, her red curls dusted with sugar, a wide grin on her face. The bell above the door jingled, and Jack stepped in, his eyes widening as he took in the magical scene. "Holly," he said, a mixture of awe and concern in his voice, "what have you been doing?" Holly turned to him, her green eyes sparkling with excitement. "Jack, you won't believe it. I've been experimenting with my sugar magic, and it's incredible. Look at this." She waved her hand, and a stream of colorful jelly beans rose from a nearby jar, forming themselves into the shape of a butterfly that fluttered around Jack's head. Jack chuckled, reaching out to touch the jelly bean butterfly. It dissolved at his touch, the beans falling back into their jar. "That's amazing, Holly. But, isn't it a bit much? I mean, what if a regular customer walks in?" Holly's smile faltered slightly. She looked around, seeing the bakery through Jack's eyes. It did look rather overwhelming, more like a magical candy factory than the cozy bakery her customers were used to. "You're right," she sighed. "I got a bit carried away. Help me clean up." Jack nodded, rolling up his sleeves. Of course. Though I'm not sure how much help I'll be with all this sweetness. As they began to tidy up, Jack using his frost powers to carefully preserve some of Holly's more impressive creations, Holly couldn't help but notice a tension in his movements, a tightness around his eyes. Jack, she said softly, pausing in her work. What's wrong? And don't say nothing, I know you too well for that. Jack sighed, running a hand through his silver hair. It's just, all of this, he gestured around the bakery. Your powers are growing so quickly, Holly. It's incredible, but it's also a little scary. And with my own magic being so unpredictable lately. Holly put down the sugar sculpture she was holding and moved to Jack's side, placing a comforting hand on his arm. Hey, we're in this together, remember? Whatever's happening with our magic, we'll figure it out. And we'll find the scepter and save Mary Hollow. Jack managed a small smile. You're right. I just can't shake this feeling that something big is coming. Something that might change everything. Before Holly could respond, the bakery door burst open with a bang. A young elf stumbled in, his pointy hat askew and his eyes wide with panic. Miss Holly. Mr. Frost, he gasped, out of breath. You've got to come quick. There's a candy monster downtown. Holly and Jack exchanged alarmed glances. A candy monster? Holly repeated. What do you mean? The elf wrung his hands. It's horrible. A giant creature made of all sorts of sweets. It's smashing buildings and eating everything in sight. Mayor Kringle sent me to find you, you're the only ones who might be able to stop it. Without hesitation, Holly grabbed her witch's hat and her wand. We're on our way. Jack? Jack nodded, frost already forming around his hands. Right behind you. As they raced out of the bakery, Holly's mind whirled with possibilities. Could this monster be connected to the missing scepter? Or was it a result of the town's deteriorating magic? They sprinted down Candy Cane Lane, following the sounds of chaos. As they ran, Holly noticed something strange, a trail of glittering sugar dust seemed to be following them, swirling in their wake like magical pixie dust. Jack, she panted, pointing at the sugar trail. Are you seeing this? Jack glanced back, his eyes widening. It's coming from you, Holly. Your magic, it's leaving a trail. Holly looked down at her hands, realizing Jack was right. Her skin seemed to be shimmering slightly, shedding minute sugar crystals as she moved. It wasn't unpleasant, but it was definitely new. Great sugar plums, she muttered. What's happening to me? But there was no time to ponder this new development. As they rounded the corner onto Gingerbread Square, they skidded to a halt, confronted by a sight that was both terrifying and strangely beautiful. The candy monster was even more impressive than the elf's description had suggested. It stood at least 3 stories tall, its body a chaotic amalgamation of every sweet treat imaginable. Gummy bears formed its massive arms, their translucent bodies glowing in the sunlight. Its torso was a swirling mass of cotton candy in every color of the rainbow, occasionally shooting out tendrils to grab nearby objects. The head was a giant jawbreaker, constantly changing colors, with eyes made of swirling lollipops. As they watched, the monster reached out with a gummy arm, scooping up a nearby gingerbread house and popping it into its mouth. The crunch echoed across the square, sending fleeing residents into a fresh panic. Oh, sugar snap, Holly breathed. This is not good. Jack stepped forward, frost spreading from his feet across the cobblestones. We need to contain it before it destroys the whole town. Any ideas? Holly's mind raced. Her first instinct was to try to control the monster with her sugar magic, but she hesitated. If this creature was a result of the town's magical instability, interfacing directly with it could be dangerous. We need to trap it, she said finally. If we can immobilize it, maybe we can figure out where it came from and how to dispel it. Jack nodded. All right. I'll try to slow it down with ice. You work on containment? Holly agreed, already focusing her magic. As Jack leapt into action, sending blasts of Arctic air at the monster's feet, Holly closed her eyes, envisioning the largest, strongest sugar construct she could imagine. She felt the magic surge through her, more powerful than ever before. When she opened her eyes, she gasped. A massive cage of hardened sugar was forming around the candy monster, its bars thick as tree trunks and gleaming like diamond. The monster roared. As she neared her goal, tendrils of cotton candy began to break through Jack's ice, reaching for her. Holly batted them away with bursts of sugar magic, her determination growing with each step. Finally, she reached the core. Up close, she could see that it was a small, crystal-like object, pulsing with an otherworldly light. Without thinking, she reached out and grabbed it. The moment her fingers touched the crystal, a surge of magical energy coursed through her. Images flashed through her mind, the Sugarplum Scepter, Carmela's swirling eyes, a shadowy figure cloaked in frost. Then, as suddenly as it had begun, the vision ended. The candy monster let out an unearthly shriek. Holly felt its body beginning to dissolve around her. She turned and ran, the icy path crumbling beneath her feet. Just as she thought she wouldn't make it, she felt Jack's cool hand grasp hers, pulling her to safety. They tumbled onto the cobblestones as the monster collapsed behind them, dissolving into a massive pile of harmless candy. For a moment, they lay there, catching their breath. Then Jack propped himself up on one elbow, looking at Holly with a mixture of relief and exasperation. That, he said, was way too close. Holly managed a weak smile. But it worked, didn't it? She opened her hand, revealing the small crystal she'd retrieved from the monster's core. Jack's eyes widened. What is that? Before Holly could respond, the crystal began to glow brightly. A beam of light shot from it, projecting an image into the air above them. It was a map of Mary Hollow, but with certain areas highlighted in pulsing, magical light. I think, Holly said slowly, we just found our first real clue to the scepter's location. As they studied the magical map, a crowd began to gather. Mayor Kringle pushed his way through, his face a mix of relief and concern. Oh, thank goodness you've stopped that dreadful creature, he said, helping Holly and Jack to their feet. But what in the name of sugarplums was it? And where did it come from? Holly and Jack exchanged glances. We're not entirely sure, Mayor, Holly admitted. But I think it might be connected to the missing scepter. And to the town's magical instability. She held up the crystal, which was still projecting the map. This seems to be showing us something important. We need to investigate these highlighted areas. The mayor nodded, stroking his beard thoughtfully. Of course, of course. Whatever you need. But please, be careful. If that monster was just the beginning. He didn't need to finish the thought. They all knew that time was running out for Mary Hollow. As the crowd dispersed and cleanup efforts began, Holly pulled Jack aside. There's something else, she said in a low voice. When I touched that crystal, I saw things. Visions. I think they might be important. Jack's brow furrowed. What kind of visions? Holly hesitated, unsure how to describe the flashes she'd seen. It's all jumbled, but I saw the scepter and Carmela from the candy caravan. And a figure surrounded by frost. Jack, I think it might have been you. Jack's face paled, his usual cool complexion turning almost ghostly. Me? But how? Why? Holly shook her head. I don't know. But I think it's all connected somehow. The scepter, your fluctuating powers, my new abilities. We need to figure this out, and fast. Jack nodded, his expression determined despite the worry in his eyes. You're right. Where do we start? Holly looked down at the crystal, its projected map still glowing softly. We follow the clues. Starting with these highlighted locations. But first. She glanced around at the candy-strewn square, at the buildings still partially transformed into sweets. I think we need to pay another visit to the candy caravan. If anyone knows about magical candy creatures, it should be them. As they set off towards the colorful wagons at the edge of town, Holly couldn't shake a feeling of foreboding. They were on the verge of uncovering something big, she was sure of it. But would they like what they found? And more importantly, would they be able to save Mary Hollow before it was too late? The sugar trail still glittered in their wake as they walked, a sparkling reminder of how much had changed in such a short time. Holly glanced at Jack, noting the tension in his shoulders, the worried crease between his brows. Whatever came next, she knew one thing for certain, they were in this together, come what may. As they approached the candy caravan, the sweet scent of caramel and cotton candy wafted towards them. But now, after their encounter with the candy monster, the once enticing smell seemed almost sinister. Carmela Candy Cane was outside her gingerbread wagon, directing a group of performers as they set up for what looked like another magical show. When she spotted Holly and Jack, her kaleidoscope eyes lit up.
Ah,
Our intrepid mystery solvers, she called out, gliding towards them with inhuman grace. I heard about your valiant battle with that nasty candy creature. Quite impressive, I must say. Holly held up the crystal, its map still glowing faintly. Carmela, we need to talk. This crystal was at the core of that monster, and I think it's connected to the missing scepter. Do you know anything about it? For a split second, Holly thought she saw a flicker of recognition in Carmela's swirling eyes. But it was gone so quickly, she couldn't be sure. My, Carmela said, leaning in to examine the crystal. How fascinating. I've never seen anything quite like it. Though. She paused, tapping a candy-striped fingernail against her chin. It does remind me of an old legend I once heard. About a map that leads to the heart of all holiday magic. Jack stepped forward, frost crackling beneath his feet. And you didn't think to mention this legend before? When we were explicitly looking for magical clues? Carmela's smile never wavered, but Holly sensed a coolness enter her tone. My dear Mr. Frost, surely you understand that in my line of work, one hears many legends. I can't be expected to recount every fanciful tale at a moment's notice. Holly interceded before Jack could respond. Carmela, please. If you know anything that could help us find the scepter, we need to hear it. Mary Hollow's very existence could be at stake. Carmela regarded them for a long moment, her kaleidoscope eyes swirling hypnotically. Finally, she sighed. Very well. Come inside my wagon. This is not a tale for casual ears. As they followed Carmela into her gingerbread abode, Holly couldn't shake the feeling that they were stepping into the witch's house from Hansel and Gretel. Every surface was covered in sweets and magical trinkets, and the air was thick with the scent of sugar and spice. Carmela settled onto a chair made of what appeared to be hardened marshmallow, gesturing for Holly and Jack to sit on a nearby candy cane love seat. The legend, she began, her voice taking on a mystical quality, speaks of a great confluence of holiday magic. A nexus point where the power of every festive celebration meets. It is said that whoever controls this nexus can shape the very nature of holidays themselves. Holly and Jack exchanged glances. Could this be what they were dealing with? The crystal map, Carmela continued, is supposed to guide worthy seekers to this nexus. But be warned, the path is fraught with danger, and the magic involved is more powerful than anything you've encountered before. As Carmela's words hung in the air, Holly felt a shiver run down her spine. They had stumbled onto something far bigger than a simple theft. Whatever was happening in Mary Hollow, it seemed the very fate of holiday magic hung in the balance. And somehow, she and Jack were right at the center of it all. Chapter 5, A Sticky Situation. Holly and Jack stood at the edge of Peppermint Plaza, surveying the chaotic scene before them. What had once been a pristine town square now resembled a confectionery war zone. Multicolored splatters of melted candy coated the cobblestones, while half-eaten gingerbread lampposts tilted at precarious angles. The air was thick with the cloying scent of sugar and artificial fruit flavors. "Great sugar plums," Holly muttered, her green eyes wide as she took in the destruction. "This is worse than I imagined." Jack nodded grimly, his silver hair glinting in the weak sunlight. "Looks like our candy criminal really went to town. We'd better start investigating before the evidence melts away completely." As they stepped into the plaza, their feet immediately began to stick to the tacky surface. Holly grimaced, lifting her boots with an audible squelch. "Well, at least we know they can't have gotten far without leaving a trail." They began to circle the crime scene, careful not to disturb any potential clues. Holly's keen witch's eyes darted from one sticky puddle to another, trying to make sense of the chaotic patterns. Meanwhile, Jack crouched down to examine a particularly vibrant splash of blue.
Go.
"Holly," he called, his voice tight with concentration. "Come look at this." She made her way over, curious. Jack pointed to the edge of the blue puddle, where tiny ice crystals were forming. "See how it's starting to freeze? I think I can use my powers to preserve some of this evidence before it all melts away." Holly's face lit up. "Jack, that's brilliant. If we can keep some of these samples intact, maybe we can trace them back to their source." With newfound purpose, they set to work. Jack moved from puddle to puddle, carefully freezing small sections of each colorful splatter. His face was a mask of concentration, beads of sweat forming on his brow despite the winter chill. Holly, meanwhile, followed a trail of neon green footprints that led away from the main crime scene. They wound their way down Candy Cane Lane, becoming fainter with each step. Just as she thought she'd lost the trail, she spotted something glinting in a nearby alleyway. "Jack," she called out. "I think I found something." As Jack jogged over to join her, Holly knelt down to examine her discovery. It was a small, golden button, shaped like a tiny carousel horse. A few strands of cotton candy pink hair clung to its surface. "This looks like it came from one of the Candy Caravan performers' costumes," Holly said, carefully picking up the button. "And look, there's some kind of residue on it." Jack leaned in for a closer look, then jerked back suddenly. Holly watched in alarm as wisps of steam began to rise from his hand. "Jack. What's wrong?" she asked, reaching out to him. He shook his head, looking as confused as she felt. "I don't know. When I got close to that button, it was like my powers went into overdrive. I could feel the frost building up inside me, but then it just turned to steam." Holly frowned, her mind racing. "This has to be connected to your fluctuating powers. Maybe there's some kind of magical interference coming from the Candy Caravan?" Before Jack could respond, a high-pitched giggle echoed through the alley. They spun around to see a small, imp-like creature perched on a nearby roof. Its body seemed to be made entirely of spun sugar, and its eyes glowed like hot caramel. Well, the creature cackled, its voice syrupy sweet. "Looks like the meddling duo is getting warmer. But can you handle the heat?" With another crazed laugh, the sugar imp snapped its fingers. Instantly, the ground beneath Holly and Jack's feet began to bubble and shift, transforming into a thick, sticky mass of taffy. "Oh, sugar snap," Holly gasped as she felt herself sinking into the gooey surface. She reached for her wand, ready to cast a counter spell, but the taffy was already up to her waist, restricting her movement. Jack wasn't faring much better. Every time he tried to use his frost powers to solidify the taffy, his hands would steam and the candy would only grow softer. "Holly," he called out, struggling to stay upright. "I can't, my powers aren't working." The sugar imp danced gleefully on the rooftop, clearly enjoying their predicament. Tick-tock, it sang. "Better figure it out quick, or you'll be stuck here while Mary Hollow crumbles." Holly's mind raced, searching for a solution. They couldn't let this twisted treat get the better of them, not when the fate of the town hung in the balance. As the taffy crept higher, threatening to engulf them completely. She knew they had to act fast. But how could they escape this sticky situation when Jack's powers were on the fritz and her own magic seemed useless against the ever-growing candy trap? The answer, Holly realized, might lie not in fighting the sweetness, but in embracing it. Closing her eyes, Holly focused on her connection to the sugar magic that flowed through Mary Hollow. She could feel it pulsing all around them, even in this corrupted form. Taking a deep breath, she began to sing softly, an old lullaby her mother used to croon when making taffy for the holidays. As her voice filled the alley, the taffy's rise began to slow. Holly opened her eyes to see the gooey mass starting to shimmer and shift. Encouraged, she sang louder, infusing each note with her own brand of sugar magic. Gradually, the taffy began to recede, flowing away from them like a sweet, sticky tide. The sugar imp's gleeful expression turned to one of shock and dismay. "No fair," it squeaked, stamping its foot. "You can't just sing your way out of trouble." But Holly didn't stop. As the last of the taffy flowed away, reshaping itself into harmless cobblestones, she turned her gaze to the imp. Her voice rose in a final, powerful note, and the creature let out a startled yelp as it began to dissolve. "This isn't over," the imp cried as it melted into a puddle of cotton candy. "The sweetness will consume you all." As silence fell over the alley, Holly sagged against the wall, exhausted but triumphant. Jack stared at her in amazement, brushing the last bits of taffy from his frosty coat. "Holly," he said, his voice filled with awe, "that was incredible. How did you know that would work?" She shook her head, still trying to process what had happened. "I didn't, not really. It just felt right. Like the sugar was responding to me, wanting to return to its true nature." Jack nodded thoughtfully. "Your connection to Mary Hollow's magic is growing stronger. But that imp, it has to be connected to the candy caravan. We need to confront Carmela, find out what she really knows about all this." Holly agreed, pushing herself away from the wall. As they turned to leave the alley, Jack suddenly gasped in pain. Holly whirled to see him staring at his hand in shock. Steam was rising from his palm, the skin turning an angry red. "Jack!" Holly cried, rushing to his side. "What's happening?" He shook his head, his ice blue eyes wide with fear. "I don't know. It's like I'm melting from the inside out." As Holly watched in horror, frost began to form on Jack's fingertips, only to immediately turn to steam. The contrast between hot and cold seemed to be tearing him apart. "We need to get you help," Holly said firmly, pushing down her own panic. "Come on, we're going to see Madame Permafrost. If anyone can figure out what's wrong with your powers, it's her." Supporting Jack, who was now shivering despite the steam rising from his skin, Holly led them out of the alley. The button and the cotton candy remains of the sugar imp were carefully tucked into her pocket, evidence for later. Right now, her partner needed her. As they made their way through the streets of Mary Hollow, Holly couldn't shake the feeling that they were being watched. Shadows seemed to flicker at the corner of her vision, and the sweet scent of the candy caravan hung heavy in the air. Whatever was happening to Jack, whatever force was behind the theft of the Sugarplum Scepter, Holly knew they were running out of time. The magic of Mary Hollow was unraveling, and if they didn't find a way to stop it soon, their eternal Christmas might melt away forever. With each step towards Madame Permafrost's icy domain, Holly silently vowed to get to the bottom of this mystery. For Jack, for Mary Hollow, and for the magic of Christmas itself, she would find a way to set things right. As they approached the outskirts of town, where Madame Permafrost's glacier palace rose like a shimmering blue-white mountain, Holly felt a chill that had nothing to do with the perpetual winter surrounding them. She glanced at Jack, noting the pained expression on his face and the way frost and steam continued to battle across his skin. "We're almost there," she said encouragingly, tightening her grip around his waist. "Madame Permafrost will know what—" "It is possible," Madame Permafrost said. "But be cautious in your assumptions, young witch. Things are not always as they appear in our magical realm." "What can we do?" Holly asked, desperation creeping into her voice. How do we stop this and save Jack? Madame Permafrost turned to her scrying mirror, waving a hand over its surface. Images began to swirl within the ice, the Sugarplum Scepter, the Candy Caravan, and a swirling vortex of multicolored magic. The key lies in restoring balance, the ice witch said. You must find the scepter and return it to its rightful place. But be warned, the force behind its theft will not give it up easily. You will face trials that will test not only your magical abilities but the very core of who you are. Holly nodded determinedly. We're ready. Just tell us what we need to do. Madame Permafrost smiled, a rare sight that transformed her severe features. Your devotion to each other and to Mary Hollow is admirable. It may well be the key to your success. She turned to a nearby shelf, retrieving a small vial filled with a swirling, opalescent liquid. This elixir will temporarily stabilize Jack's condition, but it is not a permanent solution. You must act quickly. As Jack drank the elixir, color returning to his cheeks, Madame Permafrost continued. The crystal map you found is indeed tied to the scepter's location. But to unlock its secrets, you will need to embrace both the winter magic of Mary Hollow and the new sugar magic that threatens to overtake it. Only by finding harmony between these forces can you hope to succeed. Holly's brow furrowed. But how? I'm only just beginning to understand my sugar magic, and Jack's winter powers are unstable. That, my dear, Madame Permafrost said with a mysterious smile, is something you must discover for yourselves. Trust in each other, and in the magic that flows through you both. The path forward will reveal itself when the time is right. As they prepared to leave, fortified by Madame Permafrost's wisdom and the stabilizing elixir, Holly felt a mix of determination and apprehension. They were facing a force powerful enough to disrupt the very magical fabric of Mary Hollow. The stakes had never been higher. Jack seemed to sense her anxiety. He reached out, taking her hand in his. Despite everything, his touch still held that familiar, comforting chill. We can do this, Holly, he said softly. Together. Holly squeezed his hand, drawing strength from his confidence. Together, she agreed. As they stepped back out into the swirling snow, leaving the safety of Madame Permafrost's domain behind, Holly knew that their greatest challenge lay ahead. But with Jack by her side and the magic of Mary Hollow flowing through her veins, she was ready to face whatever came next. The fate of their eternal Christmas hung in the balance, and Holly Evergreen was determined to ensure that in Mary Hollow, the sweetness of the season would endure. Chapter 6, Power Surge. Holly and Jack trudged through the snow-covered streets of Mary Hollow, their breaths forming small clouds in the chilly air. The town seemed quieter than usual, with fewer residents out and about. Those who were outside hurried along with worried glances at the sky, where ominous cotton candy clouds were gathering. We should practice before confronting the candy caravan, Holly suggested, brushing a stray red curl from her face. I want to make sure I have better control over my sugar magic. Jack nodded, his silver hair glinting in the weak sunlight. Good idea. I need to get a handle on these fluctuations too. They made their way to Peppermint Park, a small green space in the center of town. The usual pristine blanket of snow was marred by patches of various sweets, a remnant of the recent candy monster attack. Multicolored gumdrops poked through the snow like strange, sugary flowers, while streams of hardened caramel crisscrossed the ground like amber rivers. Holly took a deep breath, centering herself. She held out her hands, focusing on the sugar molecules in the air. Slowly, a swirl of sparkling dust began to form between her palms, glittering like diamond dust in the pale winter light. That's it, Jack encouraged, watching closely. Now try shaping it. Holly's brow furrowed in concentration, her green eyes intense with focus. The sugar dust began to coalesce, forming into the shape of a small bird. Its wings fluttered, delicate sugar feathers catching the light, and for a moment, it looked as if it might take flight. But then, with a soft poof, it dissolved back into dust. Sugar snaps, Holly muttered, shaking out her hands. I almost had it. You're getting better, Jack reassured her, placing a comforting hand on her shoulder. The chill of his touch was familiar and soothing. Keep trying. As Holly continued to practice, Jack turned his attention to his own powers. He held out his hand, willing a small flurry of snowflakes to appear. At first, nothing happened. Then, suddenly, a blast of Arctic air burst from his palm, coating a nearby bench in a thick layer of ice. The frost spread rapidly, engulfing the entire bench and creeping onto the surrounding snow. Whoa! Jack stumbled back, startled by the intensity of the magic. That was unexpected. Holly paused in her own practice, concern etched on her face. Are you okay? Jack nodded, though he looked shaken.
Yeah.
It's like I can't control the output. It's either nothing or everything. He stared at his hands, flexing his fingers as if they were foreign objects. They spent the next hour practicing, with varying degrees of success. Holly managed to create and maintain several sugar constructs, including a miniature replica of the gingerbread cottage bakery, complete with tiny sugar glass windows and a swirling candy cane chimney. Jack, meanwhile, alternated between producing no ice at all and creating small blizzards that threatened to bury the park in fresh snow. As the cotton candy clouds overhead grew darker, thick and heavy with the promise of some bizarre sweet precipitation, they decided it was time to investigate the candy caravan. The colorful wagons were set up at the edge of town, a stark contrast to the muted winter tones of Merry Hollow. Each wagon was a riot of color and whimsy, one shaped like a giant cupcake, another like an elaborate gingerbread house, and yet another that seemed to be made entirely of swirling lollipops. As they approached, the sweet scent of caramel and cotton candy filled the air, so thick it was almost cloying. Cheerful music drifted from the encampment, a tinkling melody that sounded like it was being played on instruments made of crystal sugar. It was accompanied by the sounds of laughter and applause, with the occasional
Oh.
and
Ah.
rising above the general din. Looks like they're putting on a show, Holly observed, peering around a gingerbread-shaped wagon. Indeed, a small crowd had gathered in the center of the camp, watching a performer juggle what appeared to be glowing lollipops. The candies left trails of sparkling light as they arced through the air, forming intricate patterns before falling back into the juggler's skilled hands. Perfect distraction, Jack whispered, his cool breath tickling Holly's ear. Let's see if we can find anything suspicious while everyone's occupied. They crept along the perimeter of the camp, keeping a watchful eye out for any signs of the missing Sugarplum Scepter. Holly's witch senses tingled, detecting traces of powerful magic in the air. It was different from the usual magic of Merry Hollow, sharper, more chaotic, with an undercurrent of something almost sinister. As they rounded the corner of a popcorn-themed carriage, its walls seemingly made of giant kernels forever caught in the moment of popping, a massive shadow fell over them. Holly looked up, her green eyes widening in shock. Looming over them was an enormous gummy bear, at least 15 feet tall. Its translucent red body wobbled as it moved, catching the light and refracting it in strange, unsettling ways. Beady black eyes, like giant chocolate chips, fixed on the intruders with an unnerving intelligence. Oh, sugar, Holly breathed, taking a step back. Her foot crunched on a patch of candied snow, the sound unnaturally loud in the sudden silence. The gummy bear let out a roar that sounded like cellophane being crumpled, amplified 100-fold. It raised a giant, gelatinous paw, ready to swat at them like irritating flies. Holly, look out! Jack shouted, pushing her out of the way as the paw came crashing down. They rolled across the ground, narrowly avoiding being flattened. Where the paw struck, the earth shook, and a crater of sticky gummy residue was left behind. Holly rolled to her feet, her witch's hat askew and dusted with sugar instead of snow. Panic surged through her, and with it, a rush of uncontrolled magic. Sugar crystals burst from her fingertips, swirling around her in a glittering tornado. The air filled with the sharp scent of burnt caramel as her magic reacted with the ambient sugar in the atmosphere. No, 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 Holly muttered, trying to rein in the magic. But it was as if a dam had broken. The sugar crystals shot outward in all directions, peppering the gummy bear with tiny, sharp projectiles. Where they struck, small explosions of powdered sugar burst forth, leaving pockmarks in the creature's gelatinous hide. The gummy bear howled, more in annoyance than pain. It turned its attention fully to Holly, lumbering towards her with surprising speed for something made of gelatin. Each step it took left a squelching imprint in the ground, a bizarre mixture of melted gummy and refrozen sugar. Jack! Holly called out, backing away from the approaching confectionery colossus. Her hands were still shooting off uncontrolled bursts of sugar crystals, creating a swirling, glittering barrier between her and the monster. A little help here. Jack stepped forward, his hands outstretched. Frost formed around his fingers, building quickly into intricate patterns that spread up his arms. Come on, he muttered through gritted teeth, willing his powers to cooperate. Just this once, work properly. A burst of icy magic shot from his palms, a concentrated beam of winter's fury, and fizzled out halfway to the gummy bear, dissolving into a pathetic puff of snowflakes. Jack stared at his hands in disbelief, the frost retreating back into his skin. You've got to be kidding me. The gummy bear was nearly upon Holly now, its massive form blotting out the strange cotton candy sky above. In desperation, she flung her arms wide, releasing another surge of sugar magic. This time, larger crystals formed, sharp and dangerous, glinting like deadly sweet diamonds. They sliced through the air with a sound like tearing silk, embedding themselves deep in the gummy bear's soft body. For a moment, it seemed like it might work. The bear stumbled, its gelatinous form quivering like jelly on a plate. Gummy flesh jiggled and wobbled, threatening to tear apart under the onslaught of sugar shrapnel. But then, to Holly's horror, it began to absorb the sugar crystals. With each passing second, it grew larger, its red color deepening to a menacing crimson. The crystals dissolved into its body, adding to its mass and seemingly making it stronger. This is bad, Holly said, backing up until she felt Jack's cool presence behind her. His familiar chill was a small comfort in the face of the growing sugary threat. Really, really bad. The gummy bear, now nearly 20 feet tall and glowing with an inner light that pulsed like a giant candy heart, let out another cellophane roar. It raised both paws, ready to crush the magical duo beneath its sugary mass. Just as all seemed lost, a voice rang out across the camp, cutting through the chaos like a knife through butter. Enough. The gummy bear froze mid-swing, its massive paws casting shadows over Holly and Jack like sticky red. Jack shrugged, his frost blue eyes never leaving Marshmallow. It's risky, but we need answers. Let's hear him out, but stay alert. If anything seems off, we get out of here fast. Holly nodded, then turned back to Marshmallow with a forced smile. Tea sounds lovely, thank you. As they followed the bouncing Marshmallow Man towards the tea wagon, Holly couldn't shake the feeling that they were walking into something far bigger than they'd anticipated. The cotton candy clouds overhead rumbled ominously, and a few sticky, sweet raindrops began to fall, leaving little spots of colorful sugar on the ground where they landed. The interior of Marshmallow's tea wagon was a cozy wonderland of pastel colors and soft, puffy furnishings. Shelves lined the walls, filled with jars of various teas and sugar concoctions, each labeled in a flowing script that seemed to shimmer and change as Holly looked at them. A small, round table dominated the center of the space, set with delicate porcelain cups and a steaming teapot shaped like a carousel horse. The pot seemed to be slowly rotating, mimicking the motion of a real carousel. Please, make yourselves comfortable, Marshmallow said, gesturing to the marshmallow soft chairs around the table. Each chair looked like a giant pastel-colored marshmallow, complete with a light dusting of powdered sugar. Holly sank into one of the seats, surprised by how firm yet plush it felt. It molded to her body perfectly, providing support while still feeling like she was sitting on a cloud. Jack remained standing, his posture tense as his eyes scanned the wagon for potential threats. A light dusting of frost spread from his feet, creeping along the floor of the wagon. Marshmallow busied himself with the tea, his puffy hands moving with surprising dexterity as he measured out leaves and sugar. The leaves looked like no tea Holly had ever seen, shimmering with an inner light and changing color as Marshmallow handled them. "Now then," he said, his voice light and airy, "I believe we have much to discuss." "Yes," Holly agreed, leaning forward. The chair adjusted with her movement, always providing perfect comfort. "Starting with what you know about the missing Sugarplum Scepter." Marshmallow paused in his tea preparation, his marshmallow brow furrowing into little sugary ridges.
Ah.
The scepter. A powerful artifact indeed. Its disappearance has caused quite a stir in the magical confectionery community. Jack crossed his arms, frost forming on his sleeves in intricate patterns. "And how exactly do you know about that?" "The theft hasn't been made public knowledge." A soft sigh escaped Marshmallow's puffy lips, sending a small puff of powdered sugar into the air. "Because, my frosty friend, I have a complicated history with the scepter. And with the one who likely orchestrated its theft." He poured the tea, the liquid shimmering with an otherworldly iridescence as it filled the cups. It seemed to change color as it flowed, cycling through pastels that matched the wagon's decor. "But before I divulge more, I must know, can I trust you both? The information I possess could put me in grave danger if it fell into the wrong hands." Holly and Jack exchanged glances. Despite the whimsical setting, there was no mistaking the seriousness in Marshmallow's tone. The air in the wagon seemed to thicken, the sweet scent taking on a slightly bitter edge. "We're trying to save Mary Hollow," Holly said firmly, her hands clasped around the warm teacup. "The town's magic is unraveling, and we believe the scepter's theft is connected. If you know something that can help, please, you have to tell us." Marshmallow nodded slowly, his whole body wobbling with the motion like a giant dessert. "Very well. But I warn you, the tale I'm about to share may change the way you view your quaint little town forever." He took a sip of his tea, the liquid disappearing into his marshmallow form without a trace. Where it entered, his white body briefly took on the iridescent colors of the tea before fading back to its usual pillowy white. It all began many years ago, in a rival holiday town known as Sugarbrook. As Marshmallow launched into his tale, Holly and Jack listened intently, occasionally sipping the magical tea. The liquid warmed Holly from the inside out, sending tingles of sweetness through her body and somehow making her more receptive to the story being told. For Jack, each sip seemed to momentarily stabilize his fluctuating powers, the constant battle between frost and melt subsiding into a manageable equilibrium. Outside, the cotton candy clouds continued to darken, and the sweet rain fell harder, coating Mary Hollow in a glistening, sugary sheen. The sound of the rainfall on the wagon's roof created a soothing backdrop to Marshmallow's tale, punctuated occasionally by distant rumbles of thunder that sounded suspiciously like popping kettle corn. As the Marshmallow Man's story unfolded, revealing secrets long buried in the sugary history of their magical realm, Holly and Jack found themselves drawn deeper into a web of intrigue, power, and confectionery. Marshmallow's voice took on a dreamy quality as he delved into his tale, his body subtly shifting colors to match the emotions of his story. "Sugarbrook was once the crown jewel of the holiday realms," he began, his form taking on a golden hue. "A place where every day was a celebration, where the rivers flowed with liquid chocolate and the air was always filled with the scent of freshly baked treats. But beneath its sweet exterior lay a bitter rivalry." He paused, taking another sip of the iridescent tea. "You see, Sugarbrook and Mary Hollow were once sister cities, two halves of the same magical coin. While Mary Hollow embodied the spirit of giving and joy, Sugarbrook represented the sweeter, more indulgent side of the holidays. For centuries, they existed in harmony, each playing its part in maintaining the balance of holiday magic." Holly leaned forward, fascinated. "I've never heard of Sugarbrook before. What happened to it?" Marshmallow's color darkened slightly, taking on a more somber blue tone. "Greed happened, my dear. As Sugarbrook's reputation grew, so did the ambitions of its leaders. They began to resent sharing the holiday spotlight with Mary Hollow. They wanted all the magic, all the glory for themselves. Jack, who had been listening silently, finally spoke up. And the Sugarplum Scepter? How does it fit into all this? Marshmallow turned to Jack, his form rippling with shades of purple.
Ah,
The scepter. It was created as a symbol of the bond between the two towns, a conduit for their shared magic. But in the wrong hands, it could be used to channel all that power to one place. He sighed, a puff of sweet-scented steam escaping his lips. The leaders of Sugarbrook, led by the ambitious Baron von Bittersweet, attempted to steal the scepter and use it to drain Mary Hollow of its magic. The ensuing battle was catastrophic. As Marshmallow spoke, the air in the wagon seemed to shimmer, and Holly could almost see the events playing out like a sugar-spun mirage. Visions of candy warriors clashing, spells of frosting and fondant flying through the air, and at the center of it all, a glowing scepter crackling with barely contained power. In the end, Marshmallow continued, his voice heavy with regret, Mary Hollow emerged victorious, but at a great cost. Sugarbrook was sealed away, trapped in a pocket dimension as punishment for its betrayal. The scepter was hidden, its power dampened to prevent such a conflict from ever happening again. Holly's mind was reeling. But if Sugarbrook was sealed away, how do you know all this? And why is the scepter missing now? Marshmallow's form seemed to deflate slightly, losing some of its puffiness. Because, my dear, I was there. I was once Baron von Bittersweet's top confectioner, creator of sweets that could entrance the mind and enhance magical abilities. But when I saw the destruction our ambition had wrought, I couldn't stand by any longer. I helped Mary Hollow end the conflict, and in return, I was granted asylum here. Jack's eyes narrowed, frost creeping up his arms. And we're just supposed to believe you? For all we know, you could be working with Sugarbrook, trying to finish what they started. Marshmallow held up his puffy hands in a placating gesture. I understand your suspicion, Jack Frost. But I assure you, my loyalties lie with Mary Hollow now. I've spent decades atoning for my past, using my skills to bring joy rather than strife. He turned to gaze out the wagon's window, where the sweet rain continued to fall. But recently, I've felt a shift in the magical currents. The old barriers are weakening. I fear that someone, perhaps even my old master, has found a way to reach across the dimensions and steal the scepter. If they succeed in fully breaking the seal. Holly finished the thought, her voice barely a whisper. Sugarbrook could return, and the war could start all over again. Marshmallow nodded solemnly. Precisely. And this time, I fear Mary Hollow might not emerge victorious. The balance of power has shifted over the years, and the town's defenses have grown complacent in times of peace. Jack, who had been pacing the small confines of the wagon, frost trailing in his wake, suddenly stopped. Wait a minute. You said you were Baron von Bittersweet's confectioner. Does that mean you know how to track the scepter? Or how to counter Sugarbrook's magic? A spark of hope lit up Marshmallow's eyes, causing his whole body to glow faintly. Indeed, I do. My confectionery creations were instrumental in enhancing Sugarbrook's magical abilities. With the right ingredients, I might be able to create something that could lead us to the scepter. Holly stood up, excitement coursing through her. Then what are we waiting for? Let's start baking. But Marshmallow held up a hand, his expression grave. It's not that simple, I'm afraid. The ingredients we need are rare and dangerous. Cocoa beans from the midnight groves, sugar crystals from the prismatic caves, cream from the celestial cows that graze on stardust. Gathering them will be perilous. Jack and Holly exchanged determined looks. We've faced danger before, Holly said firmly. If it means saving Mary Hollow, we'll do whatever it takes. Marshmallow smiled, his form taking on a warm, encouraging glow. Your bravery does you credit. Very well, we shall embark on this quest together. But first, we must prepare. The forces aligned against us are powerful and cunning. As they began to discuss strategy, the sweet rain outside intensified, the droplets now leaving swirls of color wherever they landed. The cotton candy clouds roiled and churned, occasional flashes of lightning illuminating shapes that looked suspiciously like giant, menacing candy canes. Unbeknownst to the group in the wagon, a small, candy-striped mouse huddled beneath the window, its beady eyes glowing with an unnatural light. It chittered softly, the sound lost in the rain, before scurrying away into the gathering gloom. In the darkening sky above Mary Hollow, the clouds began to part, revealing a strange, swirling vortex of magical energy. And in the heart of that vortex, barely visible, the outline of a grand, sugar-spun city began to take shape. Sugarbrook was awakening, and the battle for the very soul of the holidays was about to begin. Chapter 7, The New Confectioner. The sweet rain had finally subsided, leaving Mary Hollow glistening under a thin layer of multicolored sugar. Holly and Jack made their way down Candy Cane Lane, their footsteps crunching on the crystallized droplets. The air was thick with the scent of caramel and cotton candy, a reminder of the strange weather they'd just experienced. "There it is," Holly said, pointing to a shop front that hadn't been there the day before. "Marshmallow's Magical Morsels." The building looked like it had been plucked straight from a child's sugar-fueled dream. As Holly and Jack approached Marshmallow's new shop, they noticed that the surrounding buildings seemed to lean away from it, as if giving the newcomer a wide berth. The air shimmered with a faint, sugar-sweet haze that made the edges of everything look slightly blurred. Its walls appeared to be made of compressed cotton candy, swirling with pastel colors that slowly shifted and changed. The windows were panes of clear sugar glass, and the door was a giant chocolate bar, complete with a peppermint stick handle. Jack eyed the confectionery construction warily. "Are we sure about this, Holly?" Marshmallow's story was convenient, maybe a little too convenient. Holly nodded, understanding his concern. "I know, but he's our best lead right now. We have to at least hear him out." As they approached, the chocolate door swung open on its own, releasing a wave of sweet-scented air. Marshmallow's puffy white form appeared in the doorway, his top hat tilted at a jaunty angle. "Welcome, welcome," he exclaimed, bouncing slightly with each word. "Please, come in. I have so much to show you." Holly and Jack followed him into the shop, marveling at the interior. Shelves lined the walls, filled with jars of sweets that defied description. Candies that glowed like miniature stars, chocolates that changed flavor with each bite, and lollipops that spun lazily in midair without any visible support. Holly noticed a jar of what looked like ordinary jelly beans, but as she watched, the candies inside morphed into miniature, galaxy-like swirls. Another shelf held chocolate truffles that emitted soft, melodic hums when touched. In the center of the shop stood a grand confectionery kitchen, with gleaming copper pots, crystal mixing bowls, and a truly enormous oven that seemed to pulse with magical energy. "This is incredible," Holly breathed, her witch's senses tingling with the amount of magic in the air. "How did you set all this up so quickly?" Marshmallow chuckled, the sound like the rustle of candy wrappers. "Oh, my dear, when you've been in the magical confectionery business as long as I have, you pick up a few tricks. Now then, shall we get down to business?" He led them to a small sitting area near the back of the shop, where a table made of what appeared to be solidified honey awaited them. As they sat, cups of steaming hot chocolate appeared before them, topped with marshmallows that bore a striking resemblance to Marshmallow himself. "Now," Marshmallow began, his tone becoming serious, "I promised you answers about Sugarbrook and the Scepter. Where would you like me to start?" Holly and Jack exchanged glances before Jack spoke up. "You mentioned you were once Baron von Bittersweet's top confectioner. Tell us more about him. Is he behind the scepter's theft?" Marshmallow's puffy form seemed to deflate slightly at the mention of the Baron.
Ah.
"Yes. Baron von Bittersweet. A brilliant mind, but consumed by ambition and jealousy. He was the one who first proposed using the scepter to drain Mary Hollow's magic. As Marshmallow spoke, the air around them shimmered, and suddenly they were surrounded by sugar-spun images depicting his tail. A tall, imposing figure made of dark chocolate appeared, his eyes glinting with malevolent sprinkles. The Baron was obsessed with making Sugarbrook the supreme holiday destination, Marshmallow continued. He couldn't stand the idea of sharing the spotlight with Merry Hollow. When the council rejected his ideas for expansion, he began to plot in secret. The sugar images swirled, showing the Baron hunched over ancient tomes, mixing bubbling potions, and crafting sinister-looking candies. The sugar-spun images became increasingly elaborate. The depiction of the battle between Sugarbrook and Merry Hollow was particularly detailed, showing candy cane soldiers clashing with gingerbread warriors, while licorice whips lashed out from both sides. I was young and naive then, Marshmallow sighed. I thought we were simply pushing the boundaries of confectionery magic. I had no idea of the Baron's true intentions until it was almost too late. Holly leaned forward, captivated by the story. What happened next? How was the Baron stopped? Marshmallow's eyes took on a faraway look. It was a fierce battle. The Baron had created an army of candy constructs, fueled by dark sugar magic. They marched on Merry Hollow, intent on seizing the scepter. In the chaos, I saw the true horror of what we'd unleashed. That's when I decided to switch sides. The sugar images depicted a dramatic scene of candy warfare, with Marshmallow sneaking away from the Baron's side to join the defenders of Merry Hollow. In the end, it was my knowledge of the Baron's weaknesses that turned the tide, Marshmallow said, a note of pride in his voice. We were able to seal him and most of his followers away in a pocket dimension, cut off from the rest of the holiday realms. As the sugar images faded, Jack's brow furrowed. He'd been quiet throughout the tale, but now he spoke up. If the Baron was sealed away, how could he be behind the scepter's theft now? Marshmallow's form rippled, a sign of discomfort. Well, you see, the seal was never meant to be permanent. It weakens over time, allowing small amounts of magic to seep through. I fear the Baron has found a way to exploit this, reaching across the dimensions to influence events here. Holly nodded slowly, processing the information. And you think he's after the scepter again? To finish what he started all those years ago? Precisely, Marshmallow confirmed. If he gets his hands on the scepter, he could potentially break the seal entirely, allowing Sugarbrook to return. The consequences for Merry Hollow would be dire. As Holly opened her mouth to ask another question, Jack suddenly stood up, his chair scraping against the floor. This doesn't make sense, he said, frost creeping up his arms in agitation. If you knew all this, why wait until now to come forward? Why join the candy caravan instead of going straight to the mayor? Marshmallow's eyes widened, and for a split second, Holly thought she saw a flash of something in them. Fear? Guilt? But it was gone so quickly she couldn't be sure. I was afraid, Marshmallow said, his voice small. My past association with the Baron. I feared I wouldn't be believed. Or worse, that I'd be blamed for what's happening. Jack didn't look convinced. And the candy caravan? How do they fit into all this? As Jack questioned Marshmallow's story, Holly found her gaze drawn to a peculiar candy thermometer on the wall. Its mercury seemed to be made of liquid rainbow, and she could have sworn the temperature markings were shifting and changing, spelling out words she couldn't quite catch. Before Marshmallow could answer, a shrill sound cut through the air. It took Holly a moment to recognize it as the magical alert system Merry Hollow had installed after the last crisis. The sound was like sleigh bells mixed with a tea kettle's whistle, growing louder by the second.
Oh no.
Holly gasped, jumping to her feet. That's the candy crime alert. Something must be happening in town. Jack was already moving towards the door, his body tense and ready for action. We need to go. Now. Holly turned to Marshmallow, torn between the need to help the town and the desire for more answers. The Marshmallow Man made the decision for her. Go, he said, waving a puffy hand. Mary Hollow needs you. But please, be careful. And remember, not everything is as sweet as it seems. With a nod of acknowledgement, Holly rushed after Jack, the chocolate door swinging shut behind them with a soft thud. As they raced down the sugar-coated street, following the sound of the alarm, Holly's mind whirled with questions. Marshmallow's story had filled in some blanks, but it had also raised new concerns. And Jack's suspicions, were they justified, or was the stress of the situation making him overly cautious? The buildings blurred past as they ran, the usual cheerful decorations of Mary Hollow taking on a more ominous air in the wake of what they'd learned. Gingerbread gargoyles seemed to leer from rooftops, and the ever-present candy canes looked more like stripped weapons than festive treats. The usual cheery tune of the clock tower had taken off. As the mirror faded back to a normal reflection, Marshmallow's puffy shoulders sagged. He turned to look out the window, where he could see Holly and Jack in the distance, examining the sugar sculpture. For a moment, a flicker of regret passed across his face. But then it was gone, replaced by a look of grim determination. He had made his choice long ago. Now, all that remained was to see it through to its bittersweet end. Chapter 8, Melting Point. The sweet-scented air of Mary Hollow was punctuated by the shrill sound of magical alarms. Holly and Jack raced down Candy Cane Lane, their feet crunching on the sugar-coated cobblestones. The usually cheerful gingerbread buildings seemed to loom ominously in the strange, cotton candy-tinged twilight. What did the alert say again? Jack called out, his silver hair streaming behind him as they ran. Holly, her witch's hat askew, panted out a response. Chocolate theft, at the cocoa bean vault. It's where they keep the town's reserve of magical cocoa beans. As they rounded the corner onto Truffle Avenue, they saw the imposing structure of the cocoa bean vault. Its walls were made of compressed cocoa powder, hardened to the consistency of concrete, with swirling patterns of milk and dark chocolate creating mesmerizing designs across its surface. But something was wrong. The massive chocolate bar doors were melting, forming a puddle of gooey sweetness on the steps. Dark figures were slipping through the liquid opening, each carrying sacks that clinked with the unmistakable sound of magical cocoa beans. Stop right there! Holly shouted, skidding to a halt at the base of the steps. She raised her hands, sugar magic crackling at her fingertips. Jack stepped forward, his eyes narrowing as frost began to form around his hands. Put down the beans and step away from the vault, he commanded, his voice as cold as a winter's night. The thieves turned, and Holly gasped. They weren't people at all, but creatures made entirely of black licorice. Their bodies were twisted and ropey, with glowing red eyes that burned like embers in their featureless faces. Without warning, the licorice creatures attacked. They lashed out with whip-like arms, aiming for Holly and Jack with surprising speed and precision. Jack reacted instinctively, throwing up his hands to create an ice barrier. But instead of the solid wall of frost he expected, only a thin, slushy sheet materialized. The licorice whips tore through it easily, forcing Jack to dive out of the way. What the? He muttered, staring at his hands in disbelief. Holly didn't have time to worry about Jack's faltering powers. She focused her magic, visualizing a net of hardened sugar. With a sweeping gesture, she cast the spell, and a glittering web of crystallized sweetness appeared, entangling several of the licorice thieves. Jack, she called out. Can you freeze the doors? Stop the melting. Jack nodded, gritting his teeth as he concentrated. A weak stream of frost shot from his palms, barely cooling the liquid chocolate. It's not working, he shouted, frustration evident in his voice. My powers, they're not responding right. Holly's mind raced. They couldn't let the thieves escape with the magical cocoa beans. Those beans were essential for maintaining the sweetness and joy in Mary Hollow's atmosphere. Without them, the town's eternal Christmas spirit could begin to fade. Keep trying, she encouraged Jack, even as she spun to face another wave of licorice attackers. Her sugar magic was responding more strongly than ever, almost eager to be used. She shaped it into sharp, candied projectiles, launching them at the creatures with pinpoint accuracy. The battle raged on, a chaotic dance of sugar and licorice. Holly found herself compensating more and more for Jack's weakened state, her magic expanding to fill the void left by his faltering frost. She created barriers of rock candy to block attacks, animated gingerbread men to grapple with the licorice thieves, and even managed to partially re-solidify the vault doors with a concentrated blast of sugar crystals. Finally, after what felt like hours but was likely only minutes, the last of the licorice creatures was subdued. They lay in sticky, tangled heaps, bound by Holly's sugar constructs. The stolen cocoa beans were safely recovered, their magical aroma filling the air with the promise of sweet dreams and joyful mornings. As the gumdrop guards arrived to take custody of the prisoners and secure the vault, Holly turned to Jack. He stood apart from the others, staring at his hands with a mixture of confusion and despair. "Jack," she approached him cautiously. "Are you okay?" He looked up at her, his ice blue eyes clouded with worry. "I don't know, Holly. My powers, they've never failed me like that before. If you hadn't been here." Holly placed a comforting hand on his arm, noticing how he flinched slightly at her touch. "Hey, it's okay. We stopped them, that's what matters. We make a good team, right?" But Jack pulled away, frost creeping up his sleeves. "Do we?" "Holly, you did most of the work back there. I was practically useless." "That's not true." Holly protested. "You helped, you." "I what?" Jack interrupted, his voice rising. "I made some slush. Cooled down their chocolate a few degrees. Face it, Holly. Something's wrong with me, with my magic. I'm supposed to be a winter spirit, but I can barely make a snowflake right now." Holly felt a pang in her chest at the pain in Jack's voice. She reached for him again, but he stepped back, shaking his head. "I need some air," he muttered, turning away. I'll see you later." Before Holly could respond, Jack was gone, a chill breeze marking his passage. She stood there for a moment, surrounded by the aftermath of the battle, feeling more alone than she had in a long time. The sun was setting by the time Holly made it back to her gingerbread cottage bakery. The sweet scent of cinnamon and sugar that usually brought her comfort now seemed cloying and oppressive. She hung up her hat and slumped into a chair, her mind whirling with worried thoughts about Jack. A soft knock at the door roused her from her brooding. "We're closed," she called out wearily. "It's me," came Jack's voice, uncharacteristically hesitant. Holly's heart skipped a beat. She rushed to the door, throwing it open to find Jack standing there, looking as lost as she'd ever seen him. "Jack. I was so worried." "Are you?" "Can I come in?" he interrupted, his eyes darting around as if expecting danger to leap out of the shadows. "Of course," Holly stepped aside, ushering him into the warmth of the bakery. Jack moved to the center of the room, running a hand through his silver hair. "I'm sorry," he said softly. "For running off earlier. For everything." Holly approached him cautiously. "Jack, you have nothing to apologize for. We're partners, remember? We face things together, good and bad." He turned to her, and the vulnerability in his eyes made Holly's heart ache. "But what if I don't belong here anymore, Holly? My powers are fading, or changing, or... I don't know. But Mary Hollow needs protectors who are reliable, who can defend it against whatever's coming. And right now, that's not me." Holly closed the distance between them, taking Jack's cold hands in her warm ones. "Jack Frost, you listen to me. You belong here as much as any of us. More, even. Your heart, your spirit, that's what makes you a protector of Mary Hollow. Not just your ice magic." Jack's grip tightened on her hands. "But what if I can't get my powers back? What if I'm stuck like this, half melted and useless? Then we'll figure it out together, Holly said firmly. Whatever's happening to your magic, we'll find a way through it. And hey, maybe it's not fading. Maybe it's evolving. Changing into something new. A ghost of a smile flickered across Jack's face. You really believe that? Holly nodded, her green eyes shining with conviction. I do. Jack, you're more than your frost powers. You're brave and kind, and one of the best friends I've ever had. Magic or no magic, Mary Hollow needs you. I need you. The last words slipped out before Holly could stop them. She felt her cheeks grow warm, but she didn't look away from Jack's intense gaze. Jack's expression softened, a small smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Holly, Crash. They both jumped as the bakery door burst open. Sprinkles, Holly's hyperactive pixie assistant, zoomed in, trailing glitter and excitement. Miss Holly. Mr. Jack. I've got it. I've figured it out, the tiny fairy exclaimed, buzzing around their heads in dizzying circles. Holly blinked, trying to shift her focus from the intense moment with Jack to Sprinkles. Chapter 9, Sweet Revenge. Holly, Jack, and Sprinkles huddled around the kitchen table in the gingerbread cottage bakery, poring over a shimmering, sugar-spun map of Mary Hollow. Tiny glowing dots marked the locations of recent candy crimes, connected by threads of spun sugar that pulsed with magical energy. See? Sprinkles buzzed excitedly, her wings creating a small whirlwind of glitter. The magical signature is the same for all of them. It's like a candy fingerprint. Holly leaned in, her green eyes narrowed in concentration. You're right, Sprinkles. But there's something familiar about this magic. It reminds me of Sugarbrooke, Jack finished, his voice low and tense. Frost crept along the edges of the table as he spoke, a physical manifestation of his unease. Holly nodded, her red curls bouncing. Exactly. It's similar to the residual magic we found on that sugar sculpture in the square. Jack, I think we're dealing with more than just random candy crimes. This is all connected to the Sugarbrooke feud. Jack ran a hand through his silver hair, leaving little ice crystals that quickly melted in the warm bakery air. But how? Sugarbrooke has been sealed away for years. How could they be behind this? Holly bit her lip, thinking hard. Maybe the seal is weakening. Remember what Marshmallow said about the Baron finding ways to influence events here? As if summoned by the mention of his name, a gust of sweet-scented wind blew through the bakery, carrying with it the faint echo of Marshmallow's words, "Not everything is as sweet as it seems." Jack stood up abruptly, his chair scraping against the floor. We need to know more about this feud. About Sugarbrooke and Baron Von Bittersweet. Holly, do you still have that Old Town history book? The one with the enchanted pages? Holly's eyes lit up. Of course. Great idea, Jack. She hurried to a nearby bookshelf, running her fingers along the spines until she found what she was looking for, a thick, leather-bound tome with "The Sweetest History, Mary Hollow Through the Ages," embossed in gold on the cover. As Holly placed the book on the table, its pages began to ruffle of their own accord, as if eager to share their knowledge. She opened it carefully, and immediately, the scent of old parchment and peppermint filled the air. Here we go, Holly murmured, as words and images began to swirl on the pages, coalescing into a vivid, moving illustration of two towns, one draped in twinkling Christmas lights, the other a fantastical confectionery wonderland. As they watched, the history of Mary Hollow and Sugarbrooke unfolded before their eyes. Long ago, in the realm of holiday magic, two sister towns were born, Mary Hollow and Sugarbrooke. They were created to embody different aspects of the holiday spirit. Mary Hollow represented the joy of giving and the warmth of tradition, while Sugarbrooke embodied the sweetness and indulgence of celebration. For centuries, the two towns existed in harmony, their combined magic ensuring that the holiday season was always filled with both meaning and merriment. The Sugarplum Scepter, a powerful artifact, was created as a symbol of their unity, drawing power from both towns to maintain the balance of holiday magic. But as time passed, resentment began to grow in Sugarbrook. Its leaders, particularly the ambitious Baron von Bittersweet, felt that their town deserved more recognition. They believed that the pure, sugary joy they provided was more valuable than Merry Hollow's old-fashioned traditions. The Baron began to experiment with darker forms of sugar magic, seeking ways to enhance Sugarbrook's power. He created candies that could influence emotions, chocolates that could cloud judgment, and other sinister sweets. His ultimate goal was to use the Sugarplum Scepter to drain Merry Hollow of its magic, making Sugarbrook the supreme holiday destination. When Merry Hollow discovered the Baron's plans, a great magical battle ensued. Candy cane soldiers clashed with gingerbread warriors, while spells of frosting and fondant flew through the air. The conflict reached its peak when Baron von Bittersweet attempted to seize the scepter, nearly tearing the magical fabric of both towns apart in the process. In a last-ditch effort to save both towns, the leaders of Merry Hollow made a difficult decision. Using ancient holiday magic, they sealed Sugarbrook away in a pocket dimension, trapping the Baron and his followers. The Sugarplum Scepter was hidden, its power dampened to prevent such a conflict from ever happening again. As the final images faded from the pages, Holly, Jack, and Sprinkles sat in stunned silence. The weight of this long-forgotten history settled over them like a heavy blanket of fresh snow. "Great sugarplums," Holly whispered, her voice barely audible. "I had no idea our towns had such a bitter history." Jack nodded, his expression grim. "And now it seems that history is coming back to haunt us. The Baron must be behind these attacks, trying to finish what he started all those years ago." Sprinkles, who had been uncharacteristically quiet during the revelation, suddenly perked up. "But wait. If Sugarbrook is sealed away, how is the Baron doing all this? And why now?" Holly closed the book gently, her mind racing. "Those are excellent questions, Sprinkles. And I think I know who might have the answers." She turned to Jack, a determined glint in her eye. "We need to pay another visit to Marshmallow." Jack nodded, frost swirling around his fingers as he clenched his fists. "Agreed. He knows more than he's telling us. It's time we got the full story." As they made their way back to Marshmallow's magical morsels, the streets of Merry Hollow seemed quieter than usual. The ever-present Christmas lights twinkled less brightly, and the sugary scent in the air had taken on a slightly bitter note. It was as if the town itself was holding its breath, waiting to see how this conflict would unfold. The shop looked much the same as it had during their last visit, its cotton candy walls swirling with pastel colors. But as they approached, Holly noticed something odd. The chocolate door seemed to be melting slightly, despite the cool air. "Something's not right," Jack murmured, placing a protective hand on Holly's arm. Before they could decide whether to enter or not, the door swung open on its own, revealing Marshmallow's puffy white form. His usual jovial expression was replaced by one of worry, his sugary brow furrowed into little ridges. "I've been expecting you," he said, his voice lacking its usual bounce. "Please, come in quickly. We have much to discuss, and I fear time is running short." As they entered the shop, Holly couldn't shake the feeling that they were walking into something far more complex and dangerous than they had initially realized. The sweet scent that permeated the air now seemed cloying, almost suffocating. Marshmallow led them to the same honey table as before, but this time, no cheery hot chocolate appeared. Instead, the Marshmallow Man seemed to deflate slightly as he settled into his seat. "I suppose you're here about Sugarbrook," he said, his voice heavy with what sounded like regret. "About the Baron." Holly leaned forward, her green eyes intense. "We know about the feud now, Marshmallow. About the battle and the sealing of Sugarbrook. What we don't understand is how the Baron is influencing events here, now. And why." Marshmallow sighed, a puff of powdered sugar escaping his lips. The seal, it was never meant to be permanent. Over time, it weakens, allowing small amounts of magic to seep through. The Baron, clever as he is cruel, has found a way to exploit this weakness. Jack's eyes narrowed, frost creeping up his sleeves. And you knew about this? Why didn't you tell us everything from the beginning? Marshmallow's form rippled, a sign of his discomfort. I was afraid. My past association with the Baron. I feared you wouldn't trust me if you knew the whole truth. Holly reached out, placing a comforting hand on Marshmallow's puffy arm. We understand, Marshmallow. But we need to know everything now. What exactly is the Baron planning? Marshmallow took a deep breath, steeling himself. The Baron's plan is nothing short of magical vengeance on a grand scale. He intends to use the Sugarplum Scepter to not only break the seal on Sugarbrook, but to reshape the very nature of the holidays themselves. How? Jack demanded, leaning forward intently. By inverting the magic of Merry Hollow, Marshmallow explained, his voice quavering. He wants to turn your eternal Christmas into an endless Halloween, a time of tricks instead of treats, of fear instead of joy. And in doing so, he believes he can make Sugarbrook the supreme holiday destination, with himself as the Sugar King. Holly gasped, his words were cut off as the ground beneath their feet began to tremble. The sweet scent in the air turned acrid, like burnt sugar, and a sickly green light began to seep through the cracks in the walls and floor. We're out of time, Jack said grimly, frost spreading from his feet across the floor. Holly, we need to go. Now. As they rushed towards the door, Holly called back over her shoulder, Marshmallow, stay safe. We'll be back as soon as we can. They burst out onto the street, immediately engulfed by chaos. The sky had turned an ominous shade of green, and in the distance, they could see a swirling vortex of magical energy forming above the town square. Come on, Holly said, grabbing Jack's hand. We need to get to the center of town and figure out what's going on. As they raced towards the heart of Merry Hollow, neither of them noticed the small, candy-striped mouse that scurried out of Marshmallow's shop behind them, its beady eyes glowing with an unnatural light as it followed in their wake. Chapter 10, The Secret Message. Holly and Jack raced through the streets of Merry Hollow, their feet crunching on a layer of what should have been fresh snow but was instead a gritty mixture of cocoa powder and pulverized candy. The explosion had left a trail of destruction in its wake that was both heartbreaking and surreal. Gingerbread lampposts, usually standing proud and straight, now tilted at precarious angles, their frosting cracked and flaking. Candy cane street signs had twisted into unrecognizable shapes, their cheerful red and white stripes warped into ominous spirals. As they approached the town square, the epicenter of the blast, the full extent of the damage became apparent. Holly gasped, her green eyes wide with dismay. The once majestic Christmas tree, the pride of Merry Hollow, now stood as a charred skeleton against the darkening sky. Its branches, usually laden with twinkling lights and colorful ornaments, were bare and blackened. At its base, shattered ornaments lay strewn about, their magical light extinguished, leaving only dull, lifeless shards. The air, normally filled with the sweet scents of cinnamon and peppermint, now carried the acrid odor of burnt sugar mingled with something darker, more sinister. It was a smell that seemed to cling to the back of their throats, a constant reminder of the danger that threatened their beloved town. Oh, sugar snaps, Holly breathed, taking in the scene of devastation. Her voice trembled slightly as she spoke. What could have caused this? It's like all the joy has been sucked right out of the square. Jack knelt down, his silver hair catching the fading light as he examined a pile of scattered sweets near the base of the tree. Frost formed around his fingers as he gingerly picked up a half-melted candy cane. The once cheerful treat now looked twisted and wrong, its red stripes darkened to an almost black hue. This isn't normal damage, Holly, Jack said, his ice-blue eyes narrowing as he studied the candy. Look at the way these sweets have warped. It's like they've been infused with some kind of dark magic. The very essence of their sweetness has been corrupted. Holly crouched beside him, her witch's senses tingling with an unfamiliar energy. She reached out to touch a gumball, its surface no longer shiny but dull and pitted. As her fingers brushed against it, she snatched her hand back with a hiss of pain. Ouch. They're hot, almost like they're burning from the inside out. It's as if the magic that makes them sweet has turned against itself. As they continued to investigate, carefully picking their way through the debris, a familiar buzzing sound approached. Sprinkles, Holly's pixie assistant, zipped into view, leaving a trail of glitter in her wake that seemed incongruously cheerful against the grim backdrop. Miss Holly. Mr. Jack. Sprinkles called out, her tiny voice filled with a mixture of excitement and concern. I came as soon as I heard the explosion. Are you okay? What happened? Did you see who did this? Was it the Sugar King? Or maybe those licorice monsters from before? Or... Whoa, slow down, Sprinkles, Holly interrupted, holding up a hand to stem the tide of questions. Despite the gravity of the situation, she couldn't help but smile at the pixie's enthusiastic energy. We're fine, but we're not sure what happened yet. Can you help us look for clues? The pixie nodded enthusiastically, her wings a blur of motion. Of course. I'll check the high places you can't reach. No stone unturned, no branch unchecked, that's my motto. As Sprinkles zoomed off to examine the upper branches of the damaged tree, Holly and Jack continued their ground-level search. They sifted through piles of twisted tinsel and shattered sugar glass, looking for anything out of the ordinary, a challenging task in a town where the ordinary was already quite extraordinary. Hey, look at this, Jack called out after several minutes of searching. He held up a small, metallic object that glinted in the fading light. As Holly moved closer, she saw that it was a gear, no bigger than a thumbnail, made of what appeared to be solid gold. Intricate designs were etched into its surface, glowing faintly with magical energy. Holly leaned in for a closer look, her brow furrowed in concentration. That's strange. I've never seen anything like this in Mary Hollow before. It almost looks like it's part of some kind of machine. But we don't use machines for our candy making, it's all done by magic. Jack turned the gear over in his hands, frost patterns forming and dissipating on its surface as he handled it. Could it be from Sugarbrook? Maybe part of whatever device they're using to cause all this chaos? Before Holly could respond, Sprinkles' excited voice rang out from above. Miss Holly. Mr. Jack. I found something weird up here. They looked up to see the pixie struggling with a large, ornate box wedged in the higher branches of the tree. It was about the size of a bread box, covered in intricate sugar filigree work that seemed to shimmer with its own inner light. As Sprinkles tugged it free, the box tumbled down, spilling its contents across the ground. Dozens of brightly colored candies scattered in all directions, rolling and bouncing on the uneven surface.
Oh no.
Sprinkles cried, zipping down to help gather the escaped sweets. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to make such a mess. I'll clean it up right away, Anne. Her apology was cut short as the candies began to glow, each one lighting up in a different color. They rolled together of their own accord, arranging themselves in a peculiar pattern on the ground. It was as if an invisible hand was placing them with deliberate care. Wait, Holly said, holding up a hand to stop Sprinkles from collecting them. Her voice was filled with wonder and a hint of excitement. I think they're trying to tell us something. This can't be a coincidence. Jack nodded, his eyes narrowing as he studied the pattern. A light dusting of frost covered the ground around his feet, a physical manifestation of his intense focus. You're right. It looks like some kind of code or cipher. But who would leave a message like this? And why? The trio gathered around the glowing candies, their faces illuminated by the soft, pulsing light. Holly pulled out a small notebook from her pocket, its pages smelling faintly of gingerbread, and began sketching the arrangement. Her brow was furrowed in concentration as she carefully noted the color, shape, and position of each candy. Okay, she said after a moment, tapping her pencil against the page. Let's break this down. We've got different colors, different shapes, and they're arranged in specific rows and columns. Any ideas on how to start decoding it? Jack paced around the display, Frost trailing in his wake as he considered the puzzle before them. The colors might represent letters or numbers. And the shapes, maybe different types of words? Nouns, verbs, that sort of thing? Sprinkles buzzed excitedly, her wings creating miniature whirlwinds of glitter as she hovered over the candies.
Oh,
And the way they're lined up could be like sentences. Maybe each row is a different part of the message? Holly nodded, a smile spreading across her face despite the seriousness of the situation. Great thinking, both of you. Let's start mapping it out and see what we can decipher. Sprinkles, can you fetch us some paper and colored pencils from the bakery? We might need to make some charts. What followed was a montage of code-breaking worthy of any great detective story. Holly, Jack, and Sprinkles worked tirelessly as the sun sank lower in the sky, casting long shadows across the town square. They tried different combinations and theories, creating elaborate charts that soon covered the ground around them. Strings connected various candies, forming a web of possibilities that grew more complex by the minute. Occasionally, one of them would pop a sweet into their mouth for inspiration and a much-needed sugar boost. Each time they did, a burst of magical energy would flow through them, bringing new ideas and renewed determination. As the hours ticked by, the town square began to fill with curious onlookers. Word of the explosion and the mysterious candy cipher had spread quickly, and residents of Mary Hollow gathered to watch the proceedings, their whispered conversations creating a low hum of anticipation. Mayor Kringle arrived as the first stars began to twinkle in the twilight sky. His usually jolly face was creased with worry, and he twisted his hat in his hands as he approached the trio. Any progress? He asked, his voice tinged with hope and anxiety in equal measure. Holly looked up from her work, her eyes bright with excitement despite the smudges of chocolate on her cheeks and the sugar dust in her hair. We're close, Mayor. Just a few more pieces to fit together. Whatever this message is, it's been encoded with some serious. They made their way through the twisting streets of Mary Hollow, the usual cheerful atmosphere subdued by recent events. Residents peeked out from behind curtains as they passed, their faces a mixture of hope and fear. As they neared the edge of town, the neat rows of gingerbread houses gave way to the wild, sugar-dusted trees of gumdrop forest. There. Holly pointed to a massive, twisted rock formation rising above the treeline. Its red and white stripes, faded with age, were still visible in the pale moonlight that filtered through the candy floss clouds above. They approached cautiously, all senses on high alert. The sweet scent of the forest seemed somehow off, with an underlying bitterness that made Holly's nose wrinkle. Sprinkles zipped around the formation, her keen eyes searching for any irregularities in the ancient stone. Here, she called out suddenly, her tiny voice echoing in the still night air. I think I found something. Holly and Jack hurried over to where Sprinkles hovered near the base of the rock. A faint outline was visible in the stone, roughly the shape of a door. It was nearly invisible unless you knew exactly what to look for, camouflaged by years of accumulated sugar crystals and moss. Good eye, Sprinkles, Holly said, running her hands over the surface. She could feel a faint magical energy thrumming beneath her fingers, like a heartbeat long forgotten. There's definitely something here. But how do we open it? Jack stepped forward, a determined look in his eyes. Frost swirled around his hands as he spoke. Let me try something. He placed his palm flat against the center of the door outline and closed his eyes in concentration. For a moment, nothing happened. The forest held its breath, the usual chorus of chirping candy crickets falling silent. Then, slowly, frost began to spread from Jack's hand, tracing the outline of the door in delicate, crystalline patterns. The magical energy in the air intensified, making Holly's hair stand on end and causing Sprinkles to emit a soft glow. Suddenly, there was a loud crack that echoed through the trees, sending a flock of sugar-spun birds scattering into the night sky. The outline of the door began to glow with a bright, blue-white light. Jack stumbled back, his eyes wide with surprise. I didn't mean to do that, he said, staring at his hands in disbelief. My powers, they just intensified all of a sudden. It's like they're responding to something inside the factory. Before Holly could respond, there was a grinding sound of stone against stone. The outline door began to swing open, revealing a dark passageway beyond. The air that rushed out was stale and sweet, carrying with it the echoes of long-forgotten candy-making songs. But as quickly as it had opened, frost began to spread across the entrance. It crackled and grew at an alarming rate, thickening rapidly into a solid sheet of magical ice. Jack! Holly exclaimed, reaching out to him. Can you stop it? He shook his head, looking panicked. Frost was creeping up his arms now, spreading faster than they'd ever seen before. I'm not doing this. It's like my powers have a mind of their own. Within seconds, the entrance was completely sealed by a thick layer of magical ice. Holly placed a hand on the frozen surface, feeling the intense cold radiating from it. It was far colder than natural ice, and she could sense powerful magic at work. Great sugarplums, she muttered, her breath visible in the suddenly frigid air. What do we do now? As they stood there, staring at the icy barrier that blocked their path to answers, the forest around them seemed to grow darker. The sweet scent of gumdrop forest took on a slightly bitter note, and in the distance, they could hear the faint sound of machinery humming to life. Chapter 11, The Not-So-Sweet Factory. Holly and Jack stood before the icy barrier, their breath forming small clouds in the frigid air. The once welcoming entrance to the old Peppermint Palace now seemed like an impenetrable fortress of frost, its surface glittering ominously in the moonlight. We can't let this stop us, Holly said, determination glinting in her green eyes. She reached into her satchel, rummaging past vials of colorful potions and packets of magical sugar before pulling out a small bottle filled with a shimmering, golden liquid. I've been saving this invisibility potion for a special occasion. I'd say this qualifies. Jack nodded, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth, despite the gravity of the situation. Good thinking. But how do we get past the ice? My powers seem to be making it worse, not better. Holly uncorked the vial, and the scent of sunbeams and secrets wafted out, bringing with it a warmth that seemed to push back the chill of the night. We combine our magic. Your frost powers and my sugar magic. Together, we might be able to create a temporary opening. They clasped hands, the warmth of Holly's palm a stark contrast to Jack's cool touch. As one, they pressed their free hands against the icy barrier. Jack concentrated on manipulating the structure of the ice, trying to find weak points in its crystalline structure, while Holly infused it with her sugar magic, seeking to make it more pliable. For a moment, nothing happened. The ice remained as solid and unyielding as ever. Then, with a soft crackle that sounded thunderous in the quiet of the night, a small opening began to form in the center of the barrier. It was just large enough for them to squeeze through, the edges glowing with a soft, blue-white light that pulsed like a heartbeat. Quick, Jack whispered, his voice urgent. Before it closes. Holly nodded, raising the vial to her lips. She took a small sip before passing it to Jack. The potion tasted like liquid starlight, sending a tingling sensation through her body that started at her toes and raced up to the top of her head. As Jack drank the remainder, their forms shimmered and faded until they were nearly invisible, just faint outlines in the moonlight. They slipped through the opening, which sealed behind them with a soft hiss that sounded disturbingly final. The air inside was stale and sweet, heavy with the scent of ancient sugar and forgotten dreams. Holly conjured a small, glowing orb of sugar magic to light their way, its soft radiance barely penetrating the gloom that seemed to press in around them. As they crept down the corridor, the walls seemed to close in around them. What had once been cheerful peppermint stripes were now faded and ominous, like the bars of a candy-coated prison. Their footsteps echoed softly despite their best efforts at stealth, each sound seeming to announce their presence to unseen watchers. Suddenly, Jack held up a hand, motioning for Holly to stop. In the distance, they could hear the rhythmic thumping of heavy footsteps approaching. Holly extinguished her light orb, plunging them into darkness so complete it felt like a physical presence. A massive figure lumbered past, its body seemingly made of hardened gumdrops that glistened wetly in the dim light. In one hand, it clutched a candy cane the size of a baseball bat, its stripes a menacing red and black instead of the traditional festive colors. The guard's jellybean eyes swept the corridor, passing right over Holly and Jack without seeing them, but they both held their breath until it had moved on. Once the guard had passed, Holly let out a breath she hadn't realized she'd been holding. "That was close," she whispered, her voice barely audible. "We need to be more careful. Who knows what other security measures they have in place?" As they continued deeper into the facility, Holly's words proved prophetic. They encountered a dizzying array of magical security measures, each more devious than the last. Tripwires made of licorice, nearly invisible in the low light, crisscrossed the corridors. Pressure plates that would release clouds of paralyzing sugar dust were hidden beneath innocent-looking patches of peppermint tile. Even more alarming were the enchanted peppermint cameras that swiveled to follow any movement, their peppermint stick lenses gleaming with an eerie red light. Holly's potion-making skills proved invaluable as they navigated this magical minefield. She used a drop of extract of invisibility on the tripwires, rendering them harmless as they passed. A sprinkle of anti-sugar powder neutralized the pressure plates, allowing them to step on them without triggering the paralyzing dust. For the cameras, Jack created small ice prisms that refracted the light, creating blind spots they could slip through undetected. "We make a pretty good team," Jack whispered as they successfully bypassed a particularly nasty trap involving spring-loaded candy canes and a vat of sticky caramel. Holly nodded, a small smile playing on her lips despite the tension. "We always have. It's why we work so well together." Finally, after what felt like hours of careful navigation, they reached a massive set of double doors made of hardened chocolate. Strange symbols were carved into its surface, glowing faintly with an eerie, green light that seemed to pulse in time with some unheard rhythm. "This has to be it," Jack murmured, running a hand over the symbols. Frost patterns followed his touch, intertwining with the glowing runes in a beautiful but unsettling display. "But how do we get in?" Holly studied the door, her brow furrowed in concentration. "These symbols, they're an ancient form of candy magic. I've seen something like this in one of the old spellbooks at the bakery." She traced the patterns with her finger, muttering softly under her breath as she deciphered their meaning. "It's a locking spell, but also a warning. Beware, all who enter here. The sweetness within may turn bitter on your tongue." As she spoke the final word, the symbols flared brightly before fading away, leaving the door looking like ordinary chocolate. With a soft groan that sounded almost like a sigh of resignation, the doors swung open. They stepped into a cavernous room that took their breath away. Enormous machines lined the walls, their gears and pistons moving in a hypnotic rhythm that seemed just slightly off, creating a sense of unease. Conveyor belts crisscrossed the space, carrying an endless stream of enchanted sweets that glowed with an unnatural light. The air was thick with the scent of sugar and magic, so potent it made their heads spin and their teeth ache. "Great sugar plums," Holly gasped, taking in the scene before them. "This is bigger than we imagined. They could produce enough magical candy here to influence the entire holiday realm." Jack nodded grimly, his eyes fixed on a control panel near the center of the room. "Look at this," he called softly, gesturing to a series of blueprints displayed on a shimmering, sugar glass screen. "It's not just this factory. There's an entire network of tunnels under Mary Hollow. They could be anywhere, doing who knows what." As they studied the blueprints, trying to make sense of the complex network of tunnels and chambers, a noise from the far end of the room caught their attention. Two figures had entered through a side door, deep in conversation. Holly quickly pulled Jack behind a stack of oversized candy barrels, their invisibility potion beginning to wear off. They peered around the edge, straining to hear the conversation over the constant hum of machinery. One figure was tall and imposing, made entirely of dark chocolate that seemed to absorb the light around it. Its eyes glowed with a malevolent red light, and its voice, when it spoke, was like the cracking of a bitter cacao pod. The other was shorter, with a round body that looked like it was made of marshmallow. With a start, Holly recognized the second figure as Marshmallow, the seemingly friendly confectioner who had helped them earlier. "The preparations are nearly complete," Marshmallow was saying, his usually bouncy voice now low and serious. "The final phase can begin on schedule." The dark chocolate figure nodded, its voice a low rumble that sent shivers down Holly and Jack's spines. "Excellent. And the artifact?" Marshmallow produced a small, glowing object from within his puffy body. It pulsed with a sickly green light, the same color as the symbols on the door. "Safely extracted from the Sugarplum Scepter, my lord. With this, we can channel enough power to not only free Sugarbrook but to reshape the very nature of the holidays themselves." The dark figure, who Holly now realized must be Baron von Bittersweet himself, let out a chilling laugh that echoed through the cavernous room. "At last, the era of sickly sweet Christmas cheer will end. A new age of delicious darkness will begin, with Sugarbrook at its center and me as its king." As Holly and Jack exchanged horrified glances, a sudden chill swept through the room. The lights flickered ominously, and a strange creaking sound filled the air. To their horror, they saw licorice whips beginning to slither off the shelves, coming to life before their eyes. "We've been discovered," Jack hissed, frost already forming around his hand. With a final burst of speed, they burst out of the tunnel into the heart of Merry Hollow, gasping for breath. But the scene that greeted them was far from the peaceful town they had left behind. Chaos reigned in the streets. Buildings that had stood for centuries were ablaze with strange, multicolored fires that seemed to feed on joy itself. The flames danced in shades of sickly green and bitter purple, consuming gingerbread and sugar glass with equal voracity. Enchanted creatures ran wild, gingerbread men the size of houses rampaged through the square, their cookie feet leaving crumbs in their wake, while flocks of candy cane birds dive-bombed panicked residents. The air was filled with screams and the sickly sweet scent of burning sugar. Residents ran in all directions, their faces masks of terror as they fled the sugary monstrosities that pursued them. In the distance, they could see the Christmas tree in the town square. Its once cheerful lights now pulsed with an ominous, greenish glow, and its branches seemed to be reaching out to snatch at passers-by, ornaments shooting off like projectiles.
Oh no.
Holly breathed, her eyes wide with horror as she took in the scene of destruction. "We're too late. The final phase has already begun." Jack placed a comforting hand on her shoulder, his touch cool and reassuring against the heat of the magical fires. "We're not too late," he said firmly, his voice steady despite the chaos surrounding them. "We know what they're planning now. We can still stop this." Holly nodded, squaring her shoulders. She looked out at the town she loved, now transformed into a nightmarish parody of itself. Determination burned in her eyes, as bright and fierce as the magical fires consuming Merry Hollow. "You're right," she said, her voice steady despite the chaos around them. "This is our home, and we're going to save it. Whatever it takes." As they stepped forward to face the madness engulfing Merry Hollow, neither Holly nor Jack noticed the small, candy-striped mouse watching them from the shadows. Its beady eyes glowed with an unnatural light as it scurried away, no doubt to report to its dark master. The battle for the heart and soul of Merry Hollow had truly begun, and the fate of the entire holiday realm hung in the balance. Holly and Jack knew that their greatest challenge lay ahead, but with their combined magic and unwavering determination, they were ready to face whatever sweet horrors the Baron and his allies could conjure. As they plunged into the fray, the words of the ancient prophecy echoed in Holly's mind: "When sugar turns bitter and frost begins to melt, only the truest hearts can break the spell." Chapter 12, Candy Creatures Attack. The streets of Merry Hollow erupted into sugary chaos as magically animated candy creatures rampaged through the once peaceful town. Holly and Jack stood at the edge of Gumdrop Square, their eyes wide with disbelief at the surreal spectacle before them. Towering gummy bears, their gelatinous bodies glowing with an eerie internal light, lumbered down Candy Cane Lane. Each massive, sticky paw left imprints on the cobblestones, sending tremors through nearby gingerbread houses. Showers of frosting and candy decorations rained down as the structures shook. "Look out!" Jack shouted, pulling Holly aside as a glob of molten chocolate whizzed past their heads. It splattered against a nearby lamppost, instantly hardening into a grotesque sculpture. The source of the chocolatey projectile soon became apparent. A horde of giant chocolate bunnies hopped down Peppermint Avenue, their ears flopping comically despite the menace in their cocoa powder eyes. With each bound, they spat globs of liquid chocolate, turning anything they hit into candy. "This is insane," Holly muttered, ducking behind an overturned candy cart. "We need to do something, fast." As if in response to her words, a battalion of candy corn soldiers marched into view. Their tiny legs moved in perfect unison, creating an oddly melodic crunching sound on the sugar crystal sidewalks. Despite their small size, their pointed tips gleamed dangerously in the flickering light of the magical fires consuming parts of the town. Jack nodded grimly. "You're right. But we can't handle this alone. We need help." They scanned the chaotic scene, spotting pockets of frightened townspeople hiding in doorways and behind whatever cover they could find. Holly's eyes lit up with determination. "Everyone," she shouted, her voice magically amplified by a quick spell. "We need to work together to save our town." At first, only a few hesitant faces turned towards them. But as Holly continued to speak, her words filled with passion and hope, more people began to emerge from their hiding spots. "Each of you has a unique magical talent," Jack added, frost swirling around him dramatically. "Together, we can turn the tide against these sugary invaders." Mayor Kringle, his usual jolly demeanor replaced by a look of grim determination, stepped forward. "What do you need us to do, Holly?" Holly quickly began organizing the townspeople, assigning tasks based on their abilities. "Cinnamon Swirl," she called out to the town baker, "can you enchant your pastries to trap the gummy bears?" The plump, flour-dusted woman nodded eagerly. "You bet your sweet tooth I can." Herb Greenthumb, Jack addressed the gardener, "We need your plant magic against those chocolate bunnies." The lanky elf tipped his leaf-adorned hat. "I'll wrap Em up tighter than a Christmas present." As they continued coordinating efforts, Holly noticed a young elf named Tinsel cowering behind a mailbox. She approached him gently. "Tinsel, we need everyone's help. What's your special magic?" The elf shook his head, his pointed ears drooping. I am just a toymaker's apprentice. My magic isn't strong enough to fight monsters." Holly knelt beside him, placing a comforting hand on his shoulder. "Every bit of magic counts, Tinsel. Sometimes the smallest actions can make the biggest difference." Tinsel looked up at her, hope glimmering in his eyes. "You really think I can help?" "I know you can," Holly said firmly. "What toys do you have with you?" Inspired by her words, Tinsel reached into his pocket and pulled out a handful of tiny toy soldiers. With a wave of his hand and a look of intense concentration, the toys grew to life size, saluting smartly before marching off to engage the candy corn army. "Wow!" Tinsel exclaimed, his face lighting up. "I did it." Holly beamed at him. "See? You're more powerful than you thought. Now, let's go save our town." As the counterattack began, the scene transformed into a montage of quirky magical battles. Cinnamon Swirl stood atop a gumdrop gazebo, her rolling pin raised like a conductor's baton. With a series of precise movements, she sent waves of enchanted croissants flying through the air. The pastries unfurled like buttery straitjackets, wrapping themselves around the gummy bears and immobilizing them. The bears roared in frustration, their sugary voices creating a bizarre harmony with the ongoing chaos. "That's right, You overgrown jellies. Cinnamon Swirl shouted, a manic grin on her face. Get a taste of my flaky fury. Meanwhile, Herb Greenthumb had taken up position in the town square. His hands moved in intricate patterns as he conducted an orchestra of vines and leaves. They whipped through the air, entangling the chocolate bunnies and containing their molten attacks. Soon, a forest of cocoa pod trees sprouted around him, each one housing a captured chocolate creature. Looks like you fellas are barking up the wrong tree. Herb chuckled, adjusting his leaf crown proudly. Children, emboldened by Tinsel's example, joined the fray with creative uses of their toys and minor magics. A young witch named Pepper used her toy wand to turn a jump rope into a lasso, rounding up stray candy corn soldiers. Yeehaw, she cried, swinging the magical rope above her head. This is way more fun than Double Dutch. A group of pixies, led by Sprinkles, weaponized their glitter, creating dazzling distractions that blinded the larger monsters. They darted between the lumbering candy creatures, leaving trails of sparkling confusion in their wake. Sparkle attack! Sprinkles shouted, her tiny voice filled with glee. Take that, you sour sweets! As Holly and Jack coordinated the defense, moving from one area to another and lending their magic where it was most needed, they began to notice patterns in the attacks. The candy creatures seemed to be concentrating their efforts on certain areas of town, largely ignoring others. Jack, Holly said, her brow furrowed in concentration as they paused behind a barricade of hardened sugar. Does something seem off to you about these attacks? Jack nodded, frost forming on his fingertips as he pointed out the movement patterns. They're too organized. It's like they are a distraction, they realized simultaneously. Holly's eyes widened. But a distraction from what? Jack shook his head, his expression grim. I don't know, but whatever it is, it can't be good. We need to figure out what they're really after. They scanned the battlefield, trying to piece together the puzzle. The candy creatures were focusing their attacks on the town hall, the Sugarplum Scepter's former resting place, and the old well. Holly gasped. Jack, look. They're all avoiding the area around the old wishing well in the center of town. Jack's eyes narrowed. You're right. But why? What's so special about that well? Before they could investigate further, a new sound rose above the din of battle. A deep, ominous rumbling emanated from beneath their feet, growing louder by the second. Everyone, fall back. Holly shouted, her voice tinged with urgency. The ground began to shake violently, causing even the largest gummy bears to lose their footing. Cracks appeared in the cobblestone streets, widening into fissures that glowed with an eerie, pulsing light. Mayor Kringle stumbled towards them, his hat askew. What in the name of candy canes is happening now? I don't know, Jack replied, steadying the mayor. But I have a feeling we're about to find out. As the townspeople retreated to safer ground, the center of Gumdrop Square, right where the old wishing well stood, split open with a thunderous roar. The earth parted like a giant maw, revealing a yawning chasm that seemed to descend into the very heart of Mary Hollow. From the depths of this newly formed cavern, something began to emerge. At first, all they could see was a massive, shifting form composed of every type of candy imaginable. Gummy tentacles the size of tree trunks reached out, grasping the edges of the chasm. A head began to rise, formed from an enormous jawbreaker with swirling, hypnotic patterns. Oh, sugar snap, Holly breathed, her eyes wide with a mixture of awe and terror. The creature continued to pull itself from the earth, its full, terrifying form becoming apparent, a colossal candy golem easily the size of the town hall. Its body was a patchwork of various sweets, from rock-hard lollipop armor to flowing rivers of liquid taffy. The golem's eyes, made from swirling lollipops, fixed upon Holly and Jack. I think we're going to need a bigger spell, Jack muttered, frost spreading rapidly around his feet. The candy golem's mouth, a cavern lined with for a moment, everything seemed to hang in perfect balance. The golem, frozen in place. The townspeople, their faces a mixture of fear and hope. Holly and Jack, channels for the combined magic of Merry Hollow. Then, with a sound like 1,000 candy wrappers being torn at once, cracks began to appear across the golem's surface. Light poured from these fissures, growing brighter and brighter until it was almost blinding. With a final, earth-shaking roar, the candy golem exploded in a dazzling display of sugary fireworks. Gumdrops rained down like sweet meteors, while streams of liquefied candy painted the sky in a riot of colors. As the last of the candy shrapnel settled, a stunned silence fell over Gumdrop Square. Then, slowly at first, but quickly gaining volume, cheers erupted from the gathered townspeople. They had done it. Against all odds, they had saved Merry Hollow. Holly and Jack, exhausted but elated, shared a triumphant grin. But their celebration was short-lived. As the dust settled, they noticed something strange where the candy golem had stood. A shimmering portal hung in the air, its edges crackling with dark energy. Through its swirling surface, they could just make out the outlines of a city, a twisted, sinister version of Merry Hollow. "Is that?" Jack began, his voice filled with disbelief. Holly nodded grimly. "Sugarbrooke. The Baron must have used the golem as a way to break through the dimensional barrier." As they watched, a dark figure began to take shape within the portal. The silhouette was unmistakable, Baron von Bittersweet himself, preparing to step through into their world. Holly and Jack exchanged a determined look. The battle for Merry Hollow was far from over. In fact, it seemed the true fight was only just beginning. "Ready for round 2? Jack asked, frost already swirling around his hands. Holly nodded, sugar magic crystallizing at her fingertips. "Let's show the Baron what happens when he messes with our town." As the portal pulsed with dark energy and the Baron's laughter echoed across Gumdrop Square, Holly and Jack stood ready to face whatever came next. The fate of Merry Hollow, and perhaps the entire holiday realm, hung in the balance. Chapter 13, The Chocolate Golem. The town square of Merry Hollow, usually a picturesque scene of holiday cheer, had transformed into a battleground of sugary chaos. At its center loomed a monstrous figure that seemed to embody the nightmares of every chocolate lover, a colossal chocolate golem, its massive form casting long shadows over the terrified townspeople. Standing nearly 3 stories tall, the golem's body was a patchwork of different chocolate varieties. Its trunk was solid dark chocolate, etched with intricate swirling patterns that pulsed with an eerie, reddish glow. Its arms, thick as tree trunks, were made of milk chocolate, dripping slowly in the heat of magical fires that burned nearby. The head was an enormous truffle, with eyes of gleaming white chocolate that darted back and forth, seeking its next target. As it lumbered forward, each step leaving a crater-like footprint filled with molten cocoa, the golem's hand shot out, sweeping aside a row of gingerbread stalls as if they were made of paper. Candy canes, ornaments, and holiday treats flew through the air, raining down on the fleeing townsfolk. "Run! Everyone, get to safety!" Holly shouted, her voice magically amplified to be heard over the chaos. She stood at the edge of the square, frantically ushering people towards the shelter of Peppermint Lane. Jack watched the scene unfold, his jaw set in determination. "I'll handle this," he said, stepping forward. Frost crackled around his fingers as he summoned his magic. Holly grabbed his arm, her eyes wide with concern. "Jack, be careful. Your powers dash." "I know," he cut her off, offering a reassuring smile. "But I have to try. Get everyone to safety. I've got this." With that, he strode towards the rampaging golem, his silver hair gleaming in the firelight. "Hey, Chocolate Face," he called out, his voice carrying across the square. "Why don't you pick on someone your own size?" The golem's head swiveled towards Jack, its white chocolate eyes narrowing. It let out a roar that sounded like 1,000 candy wrappers being crumpled at once, and charged. Jack planted his feet firmly, raising his hands as he prepared to cast a spell. Frost spread from his feet, covering the cobblestones in intricate icy patterns. "Time to cool off, big guy," he muttered, focusing his power. But as he released the spell, intending to blast the golem with a wave of Arctic air, something went wrong. Instead of the usual stream of ice and snow, only a weak puff of cold air emerged from his palms. The golem, unaffected, continued its charge. What the dash? Jack barely had time to dive out of the way as the chocolate monster's fist came crashing down where he had been standing. He rolled to his feet, frustration etched on his face. "Come on, powers, don't fail me now." He tried again, attempting to create an ice wall between himself and the golem. But the ice formed erratically, more of a lumpy snow drift than a solid barrier. The golem smashed through it effortlessly, sending shards of ice flying. As Jack dodged another attack, his mind raced. His magic was unreliable, but he couldn't give up. The whole town was counting on him. He needed a new strategy, and fast. Suddenly, a memory flashed through his mind, a lesson from his early days in Mary Hollow, learning about the magical properties of different confections. Chocolate, he recalled, was particularly susceptible to changes in temperature. An idea began to form. Jack glanced around the square, taking in the resources at his disposal. A large fountain that usually flowed with hot cocoa caught his eye, as did the massive oven outside Cinnamon Swirl's bakery, used for community bake-offs. "Okay, big guy," Jack muttered, a grin spreading across his face. "Let's see how you handle a little temperature change." He dashed towards the hot cocoa fountain, dodging the golem's attacks. As he ran, he called out to the few townspeople still in the square. "I need your help. Turn on all the heaters, light every fireplace. We need to raise the temperature." Confused but trusting, the townsfolk sprang into action. Soon, waves of heat began to fill the square. Jack could see beads of chocolate starting to form on the golem's surface as it began to soften. "That's it," he encouraged, "keep it up." Next, he sprinted to Cinnamon Swirl's giant oven. With a grunt of effort, he pushed it into the center of the square, its door facing the golem. "Cinnamon," he shouted to the baker, who was peeking out from behind an overturned candy cart. "I need you to turn this oven on full blast." The plump woman nodded, scurrying over to the oven. With a wave of her rolling pin, the oven roared to life, waves of intense heat pouring forth. The chocolate golem, drawn by the heat, lumbered towards the oven. As it approached, Jack could see its movements becoming slower, more sluggish. Rivulets of melted chocolate ran down its body. "Now for the finishing touch," Jack murmured. He concentrated, focusing all his remaining magical energy. This time, instead of trying to produce cold, he visualized heat, the warmth of friendship, the coziness of a fireplace on a winter's night. To his amazement, a ball of flickering flame appeared in his palm. It wasn't as impressive as his usual frost magic, but it was exactly what he needed. With a shout of triumph, Jack hurled the fireball at the golem. It struck the monster square in the chest, spreading rapidly across its softened surface. The golem let out a roar of confusion as its body began to melt in earnest. "Everyone, grab your mugs!" Jack called out, a mischievous glint in his eye. "I think we're about to have the biggest hot chocolate party Mary Hollow has ever seen." The townsfolk, realizing what was happening, rushed forward with cups, bowls, and anything else they could find. As the golem collapsed into a massive puddle of liquid chocolate, they scooped up the sweet treat, cheering and laughing. In a matter of minutes, the terrifying monster had been transformed into a town-wide celebration. Children sipped hot chocolate, adults toasted with cocoa-filled mugs, and even the magical creatures of Mary Hollow joined in, lapping up the sweet liquid. Jack stood in the center of it all, a look of wonder on his face as he stared at his hands. The fireball he had conjured was unlike anything he'd ever done before. It wasn't his usual ice magic, but it had been just as effective. Holly approached, her face beaming with pride. "Jack, that was amazing. How did you do it?" He shook his head, still in disbelief. "I'm not sure. It was like like my magic knew what I needed, even if it wasn't what I expected. Holly, I think my powers aren't just fluctuating. They're changing, evolving somehow. Holly opened her mouth to respond, but suddenly her expression changed. Her eyes widened, and she turned her head sharply, as if listening to something only she could hear. Holly? What is it? Jack asked, concern creeping into his voice. I'm not sure, she replied, her brow furrowed in concentration. But I can sense something, a massive buildup of sugar magic, somewhere in town. It's like nothing I've ever felt before. Jack's expression hardened. The Baron? Holly nodded grimly. Probably. Whatever he's planning, I think this was just the opening act. As the celebration continued around them, Holly and Jack shared a look of determination. They had won this battle, but the war for Mary Hollow was far from over. Whatever came next, they would face it together, with their evolving magic and the unbreakable spirit of their town behind them. Deep beneath the streets of Mary Hollow, in a hidden chamber accessible only through the old wishing well, Baron von Bittersweet was putting the final touches on a spell that would shake the very foundations of the holiday realm. The true test of Holly and Jack's abilities, and the fate of Mary Hollow itself, was about to begin. The Baron's laughter echoed through the cavernous space, a chilling sound that seemed to curdle the very air. His dark chocolate form twisted and stretched as he wove complex magical patterns in the air, each gesture leaving trails of bitter, smoky energy. Soon, he muttered, his voice like gravel in a blender, very soon, the saccharine reign of Mary Hollow will end. A new era of delicious darkness will begin, with Sugarbrook rising to its rightful place as the supreme holiday destination. As he spoke the final words of his incantation, the chamber began to rumble. Cracks appeared in the ancient stone walls, oozing a sickly green substance that pulsed with malevolent energy. The spell was cast, the wheels set in motion. The Baron's plan was unfolding, and the unsuspecting residents of Mary Hollow, still celebrating their victory over the chocolate golem, had no idea of the bitter storm that was about to break over their beloved town. Chapter 14, Sugar Rush. Holly stood at the center of Gumdrop Square, her emerald eyes blazing with determination. The air crackled with magical energy, tiny sparks of sugar magic dancing around her like fireflies. Her fiery red curls whipped around her face, caught in the swirling magical wind that seemed to emanate from her very being. Around her, the citizens of Mary Hollow watched with a mixture of hope and trepidation as wave after wave of menacing candy creatures advanced on their beloved town. The sky above had taken on an ominous cotton candy hue, swirling with dark purples and sickly greens. The usually cheerful gingerbread buildings that lined the square now seemed to cower in fear, their candy cane trim rattling in the magical storm. It's now or never, Holly muttered, her voice barely audible above the approaching cacophony of squelching gummy footsteps and clacking peppermint teeth. She took a deep breath, closing her eyes for a moment to center herself. As she did, she felt the very essence of Mary Hollow flowing through her veins, sweet, warm, and brimming with potential. With a sudden burst of power that left her momentarily dizzy, Holly began to shape the raw sugar magic into guardians. The air around her shimmered and worked, like heat rising from hot asphalt, as her creations began to take form. First came a battalion of gingerbread soldiers, each one as tall as a person and armed with candy cane, spears, and peppermint shields. Their cookie eyes blinked with awareness as Holly infused them with life, their icing mouths set in grim determination. The scent of freshly baked gingerbread filled the air, a comforting aroma amidst the chaos. Forward march! Holly commanded, her voice ringing with authority. The gingerbread soldiers snapped to attention, their sugary joints creaking as they formed perfect rows and columns. Next, she conjured a fleet of cotton candy clouds, their fluffy bodies crackling with sugar lightning. They hovered protectively over the town, ready to rain down sweet fury on any invaders. The clouds pulsed with inner light, shifting through pastel hues of pink, blue, and lavender. As Holly's power grew, so did the complexity of her creations. A massive licorice serpent emerged from the ground, its coils strong enough to crush the largest of the enemy candy monsters. Its scales glistened like polished obsidian, and its forked tongue flicked out, tasting the sugar-charged air. Gumdrop golems lumbered into existence, their colorful bodies gleaming in the strange, cotton candy-tinged light of the besieged town. Each step they took left a rainbow imprint on the ground, a trail of dissolved sugar in their wake. Jack Frost watched in awe as Holly's magic transformed Merry Hollow into a candied fortress. Frost patterns spread from his feet, reflecting his amazement and concern. "Holly, this is incredible," he called out, his voice filled with admiration and a touch of worry. He could see the strain on her face, the beads of sweat forming on her brow as she poured more and more of herself into the spell. "But be careful. Don't push yourself too hard." Holly flashed him a quick, determined smile. "I've got this, Jack. Merry Hollow needs every ounce of magic I can muster." With a final surge of power that left the air shimmering with sugar dust, she created her masterpiece, a colossal guardian made entirely of rock candy. It rose from the ground like a crystalline giant, its faceted body reflecting the magical light in a dazzling display. The creature's eyes, two enormous sugar diamonds, blinked slowly as it came to life. As the last of the guardians took form, Holly sagged slightly, her breath coming in short gasps. Multicolored sugar crystals clung to her skin, evidence of the immense magical energy she had channeled. "Holly?" Jack called out, concern evident in his voice. "Are you all right?" She managed a weak nod. "I'm fine. Just need a moment. But there's no time to rest. Look." The enemy was upon them. A tidal wave of malevolent candy creatures surged toward Merry Hollow, gummy bears the size of grizzlies, their gelatinous bodies rippling with unnatural strength, chocolate soldiers with razor-sharp peppermint swords, enormous gobstoppers rolling like wrecking balls, threatening to flatten everything in their path. The battle that ensued was like nothing Merry Hollow had ever seen. The gingerbread soldiers moved with surprising agility, their cookie limbs bending in ways that should have been impossible as they engaged the invading gummy bears. The sound of their candy cane weapons clashing against gelatinous bodies filled the air, accompanied by the war cries of, "For the sweet honor of Merry Hollow." "Watch out!" Holly shouted as a particularly large gummy bear brought its paw down on a group of gingerbread soldiers. The cookies scattered, narrowly avoiding being flattened. Above, the cotton candy clouds unleashed a barrage of rock candy hail, pelting the larger candy monsters and forcing them to retreat. The sky lit up with sugar lightning, casting eerie shadows across the battlefield. "That's it," Jack encouraged, sending blasts of frost to support the aerial assault. "Keep them back." The licorice serpent proved particularly effective against a group of giant lollipop warriors, coiling around them and squeezing until they shattered into sugary shards. Its hiss of triumph echoed across the square, sending shivers down the spines of friend and foe alike. Holly directed her forces from the center of the square, her hands moving in complex gestures as she coordinated the defense. Sweat poured down her face, and her movements were becoming sluggish, but her eyes remained bright with determination. "Gumdrop golems, to the east," she commanded, her voice hoarse from shouting. "The chocolate army is trying to flank us." The colorful giants lumbered into position, their sticky fists making short work of the advancing chocolate soldiers. Holly couldn't help but smile as she saw them bowling through the enemy lines, sending cocoa troops flying like sweet-scented pins. "Nice strike," Jack called out, grinning despite the dire situation. The rock candy colossus was Holly's trump card, its massive crystalline fists smashing through the largest of the invading forces with ease. It moved with a grace that belied its size, pivoting to defend vulnerable areas of the town with uncanny precision. "Behind you," Holly warned as a massive candy cane battering ram swung towards the colossus. The giant turned just in time, catching the ram and snapping it in two with a resounding crack. As the battle raged on, the citizens of Merry Hollow began to emerge from their hiding places, cheering on Holly's candy guardians. Their voices rose in a sweet chorus, bolstering the magic that flowed through the town. Mayor Kringle himself stood on the steps of the town hall, his jolly face beaming with pride. His red coat was dusted with sugar, and his hat sat askew on his head, but his eyes twinkled with joy and amazement. "That's it, my dear," he called out encouragingly, his voice booming across the square. "Show these ruffians what the spirit of Merry Hollow is made of." Ho ho ho. For a while, it seemed as though victory was assured. The invading forces were being pushed back, overwhelmed by the creativity and sheer magical power of Holly's defenses. But as the hours wore on, Holly could feel her strength beginning to wane. She gritted her teeth, pushing herself to maintain the complex web of magic that kept her guardians animated. Sweat poured down her face, and her vision began to blur at the edges. Still, she refused to give up. "Just a little longer," she gasped, her legs trembling with the effort of keeping her upright. The sugar crystals on her skin had begun to melt, leaving sticky trails down her arms and face. Jack, who had been providing support with his own ice magic, noticed Holly's deteriorating condition. He fought his way to her side, his face etched with worry. Frost spread from his feet with each step, creating intricate patterns on the sugar-coated ground. "Holly, you need to stop," he shouted over the din of battle, grasping her shoulders gently. "You're pushing yourself too hard. Your magic is incredible, but it's not worth your life." But Holly shook her head stubbornly, her red curls plastered to her forehead with sweat. "Can't stop now," she managed to say, her voice barely above a whisper. "The town needs me. Just a little more, Jack. We're so close." As if to punctuate her words, the rock candy colossus delivered a devastating blow to a towering creature made of saltwater taffy, sending it crashing to the ground in a sticky heap. The cheers of the townsfolk rose in a crescendo, bolstering Holly's resolve. "See," she said, managing a weak smile. "We're winning. I can do this." However, her triumph was short-lived. Just as it seemed the last of the invaders had been defeated, Holly felt something inside her give way. It was as if Mayor Kringle hurried over, his normally jolly face creased with concern. His red coat was torn and stained with various candy-based substances, and his hat was missing entirely. "What's happened to her?" he asked, kneeling beside Jack and Holly. "She's exhausted herself," Jack explained quickly, his eyes darting between Holly and the increasingly chaotic scene around them. Her magic was the only thing keeping these guardians in check. Without it, he didn't need to finish the thought. All around them, the once protective candy beings were becoming a threat to the very town they had been created to defend. The licorice serpent had coiled itself around the town fountain, its eyes glowing an ominous red as it snapped at anyone who came too close. "Oh my," Mayor Kringle breathed, his bushy eyebrows knitting together in worry. "What can we do?" Before Jack could respond, a young elf came running up, out of breath and clutching a scroll sealed with the mayor's official wax seal. The elf's pointy shoes jingled with each step, a bizarrely cheerful sound in the midst of the chaos. "Urgent message." The elf panted, holding out the scroll to Mayor Kringle. His green uniform was disheveled, and a smear of chocolate marked one cheek. The mayor broke the seal and quickly scanned the contents, his bushy eyebrows rising higher with each line. "Oh dear," he muttered, his jolly demeanor completely gone. "Oh dear, oh dear. What is it?" Jack asked, a sense of dread settling in his stomach like a lump of coal. The air around him grew colder, frost patterns spreading across the ground in response to his anxiety. Mayor Kringle looked up, his eyes grave. "It seems our troubles are far from over, my boy. The magical sensors at the edge of town have detected a massive surge of dark sugar magic. Something big is coming, and I fear we may not be prepared to face it." Jack looked down at the unconscious Holly, then at the chaotic scene around them. The rock candy colossus was now attempting to uproot the town's Christmas tree, its crystalline fingers wrapping around the trunk as ornaments and tinsel rained down. The licorice serpent had somehow tied itself into a literal knot, its coils tangled in a way that would have been comical if not for the danger it posed. He took a deep breath, frost spreading from his feet as he steeled himself for what was to come. The temperature around him dropped noticeably, causing nearby candy creatures to slow their frenzied movements. "We'll face it," he said firmly, his voice carrying the chill of a winter storm. "Whatever it is, we'll find a way. For Holly, and for Mary Hollow." As if in response to his words, Holly stirred slightly in his arms, her eyelids fluttering. A soft moan escaped her lips, but she didn't wake. Jack's heart leapt with hope, then sank as he realized she was still too weak to help. "Jack, my boy," Mayor Kringle said softly, placing a comforting hand on his shoulder. "You don't have to face this alone. We may not have Holly's sugar magic, but every citizen of Mary Hollow has a touch of holiday spirit. Together, we might stand a chance." Jack nodded, a small smile tugging at the corners of his mouth despite the dire situation. "You're right, Mayor. Holly showed us what the spirit of Mary Hollow can do. Now it's our turn to protect her and our home." He gently laid Holly down, creating a soft bed of snow to cushion her. With a wave of his hand, he encased her in a protective dome of ice, its surface etched with delicate snowflake patterns. "Keep her safe," he instructed a group of elves who had gathered nearby. They nodded solemnly, forming a protective circle around their fallen hero. Jack stood, his eyes blazing with icy determination. Frost swirled around him, responding to his resolve. "All right, everyone," he called out, his voice carrying across the square. "Holly risked everything to protect us. Now it's our turn. Whatever's coming, we face it together." A cheer went up from the gathered citizens, their voices sweet and strong. As the sun began to set over Mary Hollow, casting long shadows across the candy-strewn battlefield, Jack Frost prepared himself for whatever the encroaching darkness might bring. The rock candy colossus, sensing the shift in energy, ceased its attack on the Christmas tree. It turned its crystalline gaze towards the edge of town, where an ominous darkness was beginning to gather. The sweet victory they had tasted was quickly turning bitter, and the true test of Mary Hollow's defenses, and of Jack's own evolving powers, was about to begin. But as he looked around at the determined faces of the townsfolk, Jack felt a surge of hope. Whatever came next, they would face it as they had always faced challenges in Mary Hollow, with courage, creativity, and an unshakable belief in the magic of the holidays. As the first tendrils of dark sugar magic began to creep into town, Jack raised his hands, ice and frost swirling around him in a dazzling display. "For Holly," he whispered. Then, louder, "For Mary Hollow." The citizens echoed his cry, their voices rising in a sweet chorus of determination. The battle for the heart and soul of their beloved town was far from over, but with their combined strength and spirit, they stood ready to face whatever bitter challenges the encroaching darkness might bring. Chapter 15, The Merry Mole. Jack Frost stood outside the mayor's office, his hand hesitating on the doorknob. He glanced back towards the town square, where Holly still lay unconscious under the protective ice dome he'd created. Guilt gnawed at him for leaving her side, but he knew he had to act fast to protect Mary Hollow. With a deep breath, he pushed open the door. The office was crowded with town officials, their faces grim in the warm glow of gingerbread-scented candles. Mayor Kringle sat behind his candy cane desk, his usually jolly demeanor replaced by a look of deep concern. "Jack, my boy," the mayor said, gesturing to an empty chair. "Please, join us. We were just discussing the latest developments." Jack took his seat, noting the tension in the room. To his left, Peppermint, the head of town security, was furiously scribbling notes. On his right, Ginger Snapdragon, the keeper of Mary Hollow's magical archives, rifled through ancient scrolls. "What's our status?" Jack asked, leaning forward. Mayor Kringle sighed, his beard seeming to droop. "Not good, I'm afraid. The dark sugar magic is growing stronger by the hour. We've had reports of more candy creatures forming at the town's edge. Pepper looked up from her notes. My gumdrop guards are stretched thin. We can't keep this up much longer without reinforcements. Jack nodded, his mind racing. What about the town's magical defenses? Surely we have some failsafes in place for situations like this? Ginger Snapdragon cleared her throat. That's the thing, Jack. Our primary defense was the Sugarplum Scepter. Without it, our magical barriers are weakening by the minute. And Holly? Jack asked, trying to keep the worry from his voice. Has there been any change in her condition? Ginger shook her head, her cinnamon-colored curls bouncing. I've consulted every magical tome we have. Her condition is stable, but it's unlike anything I've seen before. It's as if her very essence has been drained. Mayor Kringle leaned forward, his eyes serious. Jack, we need options. You've faced threats to Mary Hollow before. What do you suggest? Jack stood up, pacing the room as he thought. We need to consolidate our resources. Gather all the magical items we have left and create a central defense point. And we need to evacuate the most vulnerable citizens to the peppermint forest. The candy trees there might offer some protection. As the officials nodded in agreement, Jack found his attention drawn to the corner of the room. Tinsel Twinkletoes, the mayor's young assistant, was fidgeting nervously, his pointy ears twitching at every mention of the dark magic. Tinsel, Jack said suddenly, causing the elf to jump. You were in charge of the town's magical defenses, weren't you? Before all this started? Tinsel nodded, his eyes darting around the room. Why yes, that's right. But I don't see what that has to do with Dash. And you were the one who first reported the Sugarplum Scepter missing, correct? Jack pressed, ice crystals forming at his fingertips as his suspicion grew. The room fell silent as all eyes turned to Tinsel. The young elf's face had gone pale, a stark contrast to his green uniform. I. Tinsel stammered, backing towards the door. In a flash, Jack was on his feet, frost spreading across the floor towards the trembling elf. You're the mole, aren't you? He accused, his voice as cold as a winter wind. You've been working for the Baron this whole time. Tinsel's demeanor changed in an instant. His nervous fidgeting ceased, replaced by a sneer that looked out of place on his usually cheerful face. Took you long enough to figure it out, Frosty, he spat. The other officials gasped, but Jack kept his focus on Tinsel. Why? He demanded. Why betray Mary Hollow? Tinsel laughed, a harsh sound like breaking icicles. You have no idea what's coming, do you? The Baron offered me power beyond your wildest dreams. Why settle for being a lowly assistant when I could rule at his side? Jack took a step forward, ice crackling beneath his feet. You won't get away with this. Tell us the Baron's plan. Now. Tinsel's eyes darted around the room, looking for an escape route. You're too late, he hissed. The Baron's plan is already in motion. Even if I wanted to, I couldn't stop it now. That's not good enough, Jack growled, the temperature in the room dropping rapidly. What's he planning? What does he want with the scepter? For a moment, fear flickered in Tinsel's eyes. The scepter was just the beginning, he said, his voice dropping to a whisper. The Baron plans to drain the magic from every holiday realm, starting with Mary Hollow. And there's nothing you can do to stop it. Before Jack could react, Tinsel pulled a small vial from his pocket and smashed it on the ground. A cloud of shimmering sugar dust filled the air, momentarily blinding everyone in the room. When it cleared, Tinsel was gone, the open window letting in a gust of cold air. After him. Pepper shouted, already rushing towards the door. But Jack held up a hand, his expression grim. No, we have bigger problems. If what Tinsel said is true, we need to prepare for a full-scale assault. Mayor Kringle nodded, his face ashen. Jack's right. We must fortify the town and alert the other holiday realms. This is bigger than just Merry Hollow now. Ginger Snapdragon spoke up, her voice trembling slightly. But how? Without the scepter, our communication channels with the other realms are limited. Jack thought for a moment, then snapped his fingers. The candy cane telegraph. It's old, but it might still work. We can send out a warning to Easter Valley and Halloween Town at least. Mayor Kringle nodded enthusiastically. Excellent idea, my boy. Pepper, get on that right away. And Ginger, I need you to gather every magical artifact we have left. Anything that might help us defend against this dark sugar magic. As the officials scrambled to action, Jack's mind was already racing ahead. Holly. With this new information, her expertise was needed more than ever. He had to check on her, see if there was any way to speed up her recovery. I'm going back to Holly, he announced, already moving towards the door. We need her magic if we're going to have any chance against the Baron. The mayor nodded. Go, my boy. And Jack? Be careful. If Tinsel could betray us, who knows what other surprises the Baron might have in store. Jack sprinted through the streets of Merry Hollow, his feet barely touching the ground as he propelled himself forward on blasts of icy wind. The town was a flurry of activity, citizens boarding up windows and setting up makeshift barricades of hardened sugar. As he ran, Jack couldn't help but notice the changes overtaking Merry Hollow. The usually cheery gingerbread buildings now seemed to sag, their frosting trim melting in the oppressive heat of the encroaching dark magic. The candy cane lampposts flickered weakly, their peppermint stripes fading to a dull gray. He passed by Cinnamon Swirl's bakery, where the usually bustling shop was now a hive of activity for a different reason. Cinnamon herself was directing a group of elves, transforming her ovens into miniature forges for crafting sugar glass armor. Jack, she called out as he passed. Any news? Is it true about Tinsel? He skidded to a stop, frost spreading beneath his feet. I'm afraid so, he replied grimly. Keep up the good work, Cinnamon. We're going to need every bit of protection we can get. As he approached the town square, Jack's heart sank. A crowd had gathered around the spot where he'd left Holly, their voices raised in alarm. He pushed his way through, dread growing with each step. The protective ice dome was shattered, fragments of enchanted ice scattered across the sugar-dusted ground. And Holly? She was gone. Jack fell to his knees, his hand brushing the spot where Holly had lain. It was still warm, a stark contrast to the icy devastation around it. His mind reeled, trying to process what had happened. Had Tinsel taken her? Or was this part of some larger plan by the Baron? Jack, a voice called out. He looked up to see Sprinkles, Holly's pixie assistant, fluttering frantically nearby. I saw what happened. It was terrible. Jack jumped to Chapter 16, Connecting the Dots. Jack stood at the edge of the bittersweet woods, his ice-blue eyes scanning the twisted landscape before him. The once cheerful candy cane trees now bent at unnatural angles, their stripes dulled to sickly shades of gray. Licorice vines writhed along the ground, seeming to reach for his feet with every step. Hold on, Holly, Jack muttered, his breath visible in the unnaturally cold air. I'm coming. He closed his eyes, focusing on the faint traces of sugar magic that still lingered in the air. Holly's magic had always had a distinct signature, sweet, warm, and comforting, like freshly baked cookies. Now, as Jack concentrated, he could sense it, a faint trail leading deeper into the woods. With a determined set to his jaw, Jack set off, following the magical trail. As he moved deeper into the forest, the environment grew increasingly hostile. Gumdrops oozed a sickly sweet substance that hissed when it touched the ground. The air grew thick with the scent of burnt sugar and something darker, more sinister. Jack pressed on, using his frost powers to create paths through the most treacherous areas. He froze bubbling chocolate mud pits and crafted icy bridges over chasms that seemed to appear out of nowhere. After what felt like hours of navigating the twisted candy landscape, Jack emerged into a clearing. At its center stood an enormous structure, the old candy factory. Once a place of joy and sweetness, it now loomed ominously, its windows glowing with an eerie, pulsing light. The trail of Holly's magic led straight to the factory's main entrance. Jack approached cautiously, frost spreading from his feet with each step. As he reached for the door handle, a familiar voice stopped him in his tracks. "Jack. Wait." He spun around to see Holly emerging from the shadows of the woods. She looked pale and unsteady, but her green eyes blazed with determination. "Holly." Jack rushed to her side, supporting her as she stumbled. "Are you okay? What happened?" Holly leaned against him, catching her breath. "I'm fine, just weak. The Baron, he was draining my magic. I managed to escape, but..." She held up her hands, which trembled slightly. "My powers are barely functioning." Jack's eyes narrowed. "The Baron did this to you? We'll make him pay, Holly. I promise." She shook her head. "No time for that now. Jack, I overheard the Baron's plans. It's worse than we thought." Inside the factory, they found a relatively safe spot to rest, an old storage room filled with dusty candy molds and forgotten recipes. As Holly regained her strength, they began to piece together the information they had gathered. "Okay, let's start from the beginning," Jack said, frost patterns spreading across the floor as he paced. "The Sugarplum Scepter was stolen, which weakened Mary Hollow's defenses." Holly nodded, her brow furrowed in concentration. "Right. And we know Tinsel was working for the Baron, feeding him information about the town's vulnerabilities." Jack continued, "The Baron has been using dark sugar magic to create those candy monsters, probably as a distraction while he worked on his real plan. Which is to drain the magic from all the holiday realms," Holly added grimly. "He was using me as a test subject, Jack. He's found a way to extract and store magical essence." Jack's fists clenched, ice crystals forming around his knuckles. "But why? What could he possibly gain from destroying the holiday realms?" Holly's eyes widened as realization dawned. "Power. Pure, concentrated holiday magic. With that kind of power, he could reshape reality itself." They fell silent for a moment, the weight of this revelation settling over them. The distant hum of machinery in the factory seemed to grow louder, more ominous. "We need to figure out his next move," Jack said finally. "If we can anticipate where he'll strike next, maybe we can stop him." Holly nodded, pushing herself to her feet. "Let's see what we can find in this place. There might be clues to his plan." They began to search the factory, careful to avoid detection by the Baron's candy minions. In what appeared to be the Baron's private office, they hit the jackpot, a desk covered in maps, magical formulas, and hastily scribbled notes. "Look at this," Holly said, pointing to a calendar on the wall. "The Sugarplum Fairy Festival is circled in red. And there are all these calculations leading up to that date." Jack leaned in, examining the notes. "It looks like he's been measuring magical energy levels. They peak during the festival." Holly gasped. "Of course. The festival is when Mary Hollow's magic is at its strongest. It's when the veil between the holiday realms is thinnest. The perfect time to cast a spell that would affect all the realms at once," Jack finished, his voice grim. They continued to pore over the Baron's notes, gradually piecing together the full extent of his plan. Diagrams of magical extraction devices, lists of rare ingredients, and complex spell formulas painted a terrifying picture. "Jack," Holly said, her voice barely above a whisper. "If we're interpreting this correctly, the Baron isn't just planning to steal magic. He's going to use the Sugarplum Scepter to invert the flow of holiday magic." Jack's brow furrowed. "Invert it? What does that mean?" Holly's face was pale as she explained. Instead of spreading joy and wonder, the holiday magic would spread despair and bitterness. He's going to turn every holiday realm into a twisted version of itself. And Merry Hollow would be ground zero, Jack realized, frost spreading across the desk as his anger grew. They worked feverishly, analyzing every scrap of information they could find. As the pieces fell into place, a timeline emerged. The Baron's plan was intricate, with multiple phases leading up to the final spell. "Look at this," Jack said, pointing to a series of calculations. "These energy readings, they're building up to a massive spike. And the time corresponds to the peak of the festival," Holly finished. "The grand finale, when the Sugarplum Fairy traditionally blesses the town." Jack nodded grimly. "That's when he'll cast the final spell. We have until then to stop him." Holly checked the calendar, her heart sinking. "Jack, that's less than 24 hours from now. How are we going to stop him in time?" Before Jack could respond, a commotion outside the office caught their attention. Harsh voices and the sound of heavy footsteps approached. "We need to go," Jack whispered urgently. "Can you travel?" Holly nodded, though she still looked pale. "I'll manage." "But Jack, we can't leave this information behind. The Baron will know we've discovered his plan." Jack thought quickly, then grinned. With a wave of his hand, he coated the entire desk in a thick layer of ice. "Let's see him thaw that out in time." They slipped out of the office just as the door burst open, the Baron's candy minions flooding in. As they made their escape through the twisting corridors of the factory, alarms began to blare. "This way," Holly called, pulling Jack down a side passage. Her instincts, honed by years of navigating Merry Hollow's magical defenses, guided them through the labyrinthine factory. They emerged from a hidden exit, the sounds of pursuit fading behind them. As they caught their breath at the edge of the bittersweet woods, the gravity of their situation settled over them. "We need to warn the town," Holly said, her voice filled with determination despite her weakened state. "Evacuate as many people as we can before the festival begins." Jack nodded, his mind already racing with plans. "And we need to find a way to stop the Baron's spell. There has to be a weakness, something we can exploit." As if on cue, a distant sound reached their ears, the cheerful chiming of Merry Hollow's clock tower, signaling the start of the Sugarplum Fairy Festival. The town, unaware of the danger looming over it, was beginning its celebration. Holly and Jack shared a look of determination. "We've got less than a day to save every holiday realm," Holly said, a hint of her old spark returning to her eyes. Jack grinned, frost swirling around him in response to his rising determination. "Then we'd better get moving." "Race you back to town?" Despite the dire circumstances, Holly found herself smiling. "You're on, Frosty." As they set off towards Merry Hollow, using every ounce of magic they could muster to speed their journey, the festival chimes grew louder. The countdown to the Chapter 17, Race Against Time. The streets of Merry Hollow were alive with the sights and sounds of the Sugarplum Fairy Festival. Colorful banners fluttered in the breeze, and the air was thick with the scent of spun sugar and cinnamon. But for Holly Evergreen and Jack Frost, racing through the crowded streets, the festive atmosphere was a stark contrast to the urgency of their mission. "Excuse us." "Coming through," Holly called out, weaving between groups of merrymakers. Her red curls bounced wildly as she ran, her witch's hat askew. Jack was right behind her, leaving a trail of frost in his wake. "Sorry." "Official holiday business," he shouted as he narrowly avoided colliding with a group of dancing gingerbread men. They skidded to a halt in front of the town hall, where Mayor Kringle was addressing a cheering crowd. "Mayor," Jack called out, waving his arms to get attention. "We need to speak with you immediately." Mayor Kringle's jolly expression faltered as he saw the urgency on their faces. He quickly wrapped up his speech and hurried over to them. "What is it, my dears? You look as if you've seen the Grinch himself." Holly leaned in, speaking in a hushed but intense tone. Mayor, we need to evacuate the town. Now. The Baron's planning something big, and it's going to happen during the festival finale. The mayor's bushy eyebrows shot up in alarm. Evacuate? But the festival. It's the highlight of our year. Jack placed a firm hand on the mayor's shoulder. Sir, if we don't act now, it might be the last festival Mary Hollow ever sees. We need your help to get everyone to safety. Mayor Kringle's usually rosy cheeks paled. He nodded gravely. Of course. I'll make the announcement right away. But where can we send everyone on such short notice? Holly's mind raced. The peppermint forest. The magic there is still strong. It should offer some protection. As the mayor hurried off to make the announcement, Holly turned to Jack. We need to find the Baron's ritual site. Any ideas? Jack's brow furrowed in concentration. The spell will need a lot of power. Somewhere central, with access to the town's magical ley lines. Their eyes widened in simultaneous realization. The old wishing well. They exclaimed in unison. Just then, a loud crack echoed through the square. The ground beneath their feet began to tremble, and in the distance, they could see dark clouds gathering over the bittersweet woods. It's starting, Holly breathed, her voice tight with fear. Jack nodded grimly. We need to move. Fast. They took off towards the center of town, where the ancient wishing well stood. But as they ran, the very fabric of Mary Hollow seemed to twist and warp around them. Streets that should have been straight suddenly curved and looped impossibly. Buildings stretched and contorted, their gingerbread walls oozing like melted candy. The Baron's magic is affecting the whole town. Holly shouted as they narrowly avoided a lamppost that had suddenly sprung to life, its candy cane stripes reaching out like tentacles. Jack blasted the animated lamppost with a stream of frost, freezing it in place. We can't let it slow us down. Come on. They pressed on, facing a gauntlet of magical obstacles. Gumdrop cobblestones became sticky traps, threatening to hold them in place. Streams of hot cocoa erupted from fire hydrants, creating scalding barriers they had to carefully navigate. As they approached the town square, a massive wall of hardened cotton candy rose up before them, blocking their path. I've got this, Holly said, her eyes narrowing in concentration. She raised her hands, focusing her recovering magic. The cotton candy wall began to vibrate, then suddenly collapsed into a pile of fluffy sugar. Still got it, she grinned, a bit of her old spark returning. Jack laughed, despite the dire situation. That's my girl. Now let's. His words were cut off as a shadow fell over them. They looked up to see a monstrous figure looming above, a giant gingerbread golem, its eyes glowing with malevolent red frosting. Oh, sugar snaps, Holly muttered. The golem roared, bringing its massive fist down towards them. Jack reacted instantly, creating an ice shield that shattered under the impact but gave them enough time to dive out of the way. We can't waste time fighting this thing. Jack shouted as they dodged another attack. Holly nodded, her mind racing. I've got an idea. Cover me. As Jack distracted the golem with blasts of icy wind, Holly focused her magic once more. She began to sing a soft, sweet melody, an old lullaby her mother used to sing. The golem paused, its glowing eyes flickering. Keep singing. Jack encouraged, amazed at the effect. Holly's voice grew stronger, and the magic in her song became palpable. The golem's movements became sluggish, and then, with a great creaking sound, it slowly sat down. Its eyes dimmed, and soon it was snoring softly, looking for all the world like an oversized child's toy. Holly, that was incredible. Jack exclaimed as they ran past the sleeping golem. She grinned, a bit breathless. Thanks. Now let's hope the Baron doesn't have any more surprises waiting for us. But as they rounded the corner into the town square, they skidded to a halt. The entire area had been transformed into a twisted maze of candy canes and licorice ropes. "This is going to take too long," Holly said, frustration evident in her voice. "We need to split up." Jack hesitated. "Are you sure? Your magic is getting stronger by the minute," Holly finished. "Trust me, Jack. I can handle this." He nodded, his ice blue eyes meeting her green ones. "All right. Be careful, Holly. I'll see you at the well." With a quick squeeze of her hand, Jack took off down one path of the maze, leaving a trail of frost behind him. Holly watched him go for a moment, then squared her shoulders and headed down another route. As she navigated the twisting passages, Holly encountered a series of magical traps and puzzles. A bridge made of peppermint that would crack and break unless she sang the right Christmas carol. A door that would only open if she could name all of Santa's reindeer in alphabetical order. Each challenge tested not just her magical abilities, but her knowledge and love of all things related to the holidays. As she progressed, Holly felt her confidence growing. This was her element, the very essence of what made her the protector of Merry Hollow. Meanwhile, Jack faced his own set of obstacles. Ice puzzles that required precise control of his frost magic. Riddles that tested his understanding of winter lore. At one point, he found himself in a chamber where the floor was a giant chessboard, and he had to navigate across using only the moves of a knight. As he leapt from square to square, Jack couldn't help but grin. "Is this the best you can do, Baron?" he called out to the empty air. "I've had tougher challenges from a snowball fight." Finally, after what felt like hours but was likely only minutes, Jack emerged from the maze. The wishing well stood before him, but it was changed. Dark energy crackled around it, and the once clear water now swirled with ominous shadows. "Holly?" Jack called out, scanning the area for his partner. But there was no sign of her. A slow clap echoed across the square. From behind the well stepped a figure Jack recognized from Holly's descriptions, Baron von Bittersweet himself. The Baron was tall and imposing, his body seemingly formed from the darkest chocolate. His eyes glowed with an inner fire, and when he smiled, his teeth were sharp peppermint shards. Well, the Baron's voice was like gravel mixed with molasses. "Jack Frost. I was hoping you'd make it in time for the show." Jack's fists clenched, frost spreading up his arms. "It's over, Baron. We know your plan, and we're here to stop you." The Baron's laughter was harsh and bitter. "Stop me? My boy, you're right on schedule. In fact, you're the guest of honor." Before Jack could react, tendrils of dark licorice shot out from the well, wrapping around his arms and legs. He struggled, but the more he fought, the tighter they became. "You see," the Baron continued, circling Jack like a predator, "my spell requires a powerful source of winter magic. And you, my frosty friend?" The fairy nodded, her eyes twinkling like stars in a winter sky. "Indeed, my dear. And I believe it's time we put an end to this bitter business once and for all." As the Sugarplum fairy raised the scepter, its power pulsing with pure, sweet magic, Holly and Jack exchanged a look of hope and determination. The final showdown was about to begin, and the fate of every holiday realm hung in the balance. The Baron, faced with this new threat, took a step back. For the first time, a flicker of fear crossed his dark features. "This isn't over," he growled, his voice like bitter chocolate. "You haven't seen the last of me." With a swirl of dark magic, the Baron disappeared in a cloud of black licorice smoke. But the danger wasn't over, the spell he had begun was still in effect, the wishing well swirling with malevolent energy. The Sugarplum fairy turned to Holly and Jack, her expression serious. "We must act quickly. The spell must be reversed before it spreads to the other realms." Holly nodded, her face set with determination. "Tell us what to do." As the trio moved towards the well, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead, the citizens of Merry Hollow began to emerge from their hiding places. They gathered at the edges of the square, watching with a mixture of fear and hope as their heroes prepared to save not just their town, but all of holiday kind. The final battle for the heart of the holidays was about to begin, and every sweet soul in Merry Hollow held their breath, waiting to see if the power of love and togetherness could truly conquer the bitterest of magics. Chapter 18, Showdown at the Christmas Tree. The heart of Merry Hollow, usually a scene of festive cheer, had transformed into a battleground. The giant Christmas tree at the center of the town square loomed over the confrontation, its lights flickering erratically in response to the surges of magical energy. Ornaments rattled on its branches, and the star at its peak pulsed with an otherworldly glow. Holly Evergreen and Jack Frost stood side by side, their bodies tense and ready for action. Across from them, Baron von Bittersweet sneered, his dark chocolate form seeming to absorb the light around him. Beside him, Carmela Candy Cane twirled her candy cane staff, her kaleidoscope eyes swirling with malevolent glee. "It's over, Baron," Holly called out, her voice steady despite the fear churning in her stomach. "Surrender now, and we can end this peacefully." The Baron's laughter was like breaking icicles. "Peacefully? My dear, we're long past that. The time has come for a new order in the holiday realms, and you two are all that stands in our way." Jack's fists clenched, frost spreading from his feet. "Then I guess we'll have to stand a little harder." Without warning, the Baron thrust his hands forward, sending a wave of bitter dark chocolate surging towards them. Holly reacted instantly, raising a barrier of hardened sugar that cracked but held under the onslaught. "Jack, watch out," she cried as Carmela launched a barrage of razor-sharp candy cane shards. Jack spun, creating a whirlwind of snow that caught the projectiles and sent them clattering harmlessly to the ground. But the villains were just getting started. The Baron's eyes glowed with dark fire as he began to chant, his voice resonating with power. The ground beneath their feet trembled, and suddenly massive licorice tentacles erupted from the earth, whipping through the air with deadly precision. Holly dodged and weaved, her witch's hat flying off as she narrowly avoided being grabbed. She retaliated with a burst of multicolored sprinkles that expanded midair, becoming a swarm of sugar butterflies that swarmed the Baron, momentarily blinding him. Meanwhile, Jack was engaged in an aerial duel with Carmela, who had taken to the skies on a broomstick made of twisted peppermint. They exchanged blasts of frost and sticky caramel, leaving trails of magic in the air that looked like the northern lights gone mad. "You can't win this, Frost," Carmela taunted as she looped around him. "Your powers are nothing compared to the dark sugar magic we wield." As if to prove her point, Jack's next ice blast fizzled weakly, barely producing a few snowflakes. His eyes widened in alarm. "No, not now." Holly saw Jack's predicament and knew she had to act fast. Concentrating hard, she shaped her magic into a giant gingerbread man, easily 20 feet tall. The construct lumbered towards Carmela, swiping at her with its massive cookie hands. But even as Holly's creation bought Jack some time, she felt her own magic fluctuating. The gingerbread giant's leg suddenly crumbled, sending it toppling towards a group of terrified onlookers who had been unable to evacuate. "No!" Holly cried out, stretching her hands towards the falling construct. With a supreme effort of will, she transformed the gingerbread man into a shower of harmless cupcakes just before it would have crushed the citizens. The Baron, having freed himself from the sugar butterfly swarm, saw an opportunity in Holly's momentary distraction. A wave of his hand sent a torrent of molten fudge rushing towards her. "Holly, duck!" Jack shouted, having regained some control over his powers. He created an ice slide that whisked Holly to safety just in the nick of time. As Holly regained her footing, she and Jack shared a look of understanding. Their powers were unreliable, but together, they might stand a chance. "Just like old times?" Jack grinned, holding out his hand. Holly nodded, grasping it firmly. "Let's show them what Merry Hollow's guardians can do." As their hands connected, a surge of energy passed between them. The air around them began to shimmer, snowflakes and sugar crystals swirling in a vortex of pure holiday magic. The Baron and Carmela paused their assault, momentarily taken aback by this display. "What is this?" the Baron growled, his confidence wavering for the first time. Holly and Jack moved in perfect sync, their combined magic taking on a life of its own. Where Jack's frost met Holly's sugar, it created beautiful, iridescent crystals that were harder than diamond and colder than the deepest winter. They sent a wave of this new magic towards their foes. Carmela tried to deflect it with her staff, but the candy cane weapon shattered on impact. She was blown backward, crashing into a gingerbread storefront in a shower of broken peppermint. The Baron roared in fury, summoning a maelstrom of dark cocoa powder that threatened to choke the life out of Mary Hollow. But Holly and Jack stood firm, their combined magic creating a dome of protection over the town. As the battle raged on, the great Christmas tree began to react to the conflicting magics. Its lights pulsed faster, and the ornaments started to glow with an inner fire. The star at its top shone brighter and brighter, until it was painful to look at directly. Holly noticed the change first. "Jack, the tree. Something's happening." The Baron saw it too, his eyes widening in realization. "No, it can't be. Not now." With a sound like 1,000 tinkling bells, the star atop the tree exploded in a nova of pure light. As the radiance faded, a familiar object could be seen floating where the star had been, the Sugarplum Scepter. "Impossible," Carmela breathed, having extracted herself from the ruined storefront. "We hid it where no one could find it." Holly's eyes lit up with understanding. Of course. The scepter wasn't just Mary Hollow's protector, it was a part of the town itself. It hid in the one place we'd never think to look. The scepter began to descend, picking up speed as it fell towards the battling foes. Both sides made a desperate lunge for it, magic forgotten in the scramble for this game-changing artifact. Time seemed to slow as the scepter tumbled through the air. Holly stretched out her hand, feeling as though she were moving through molasses. Beside her, Jack did the same, their fingers almost brushing the scepter's handle. But a dark shape loomed over them, the Baron, his face twisted in a triumphant snarl, his own hand reaching for the prize. In that moment, balanced on the knife edge between victory and defeat, Holly made a split-second decision. Instead of grabbing for the scepter, she pushed Jack's hand towards it. Jack's fingers closed around the handle just as the Baron's grazed its tip. There was a blinding flash, and a shockwave of magic exploded outward, sending everyone tumbling across the town square. As the dust settled and vision returned, Holly pushed herself to her feet, searching desperately for Jack. She found him standing near the base of the Christmas tree, the Sugarplum Scepter glowing softly in his grasp. But something was different. Jack's usual frosty aura was gone, replaced by a warm, golden glow. His eyes, once ice blue, now shimmered with every color of the rainbow. "Jack?" Holly asked hesitantly. "Are you okay?" He turned to her, a smile of wonder spreading across his face. "Holly, I can feel it. All of it. Every holiday, every realm. It's beautiful." The Baron struggled to his feet, his dark form cracked and oozing in places. "No. The power was meant to be mine. Give me the scepter, Frost, or I'll." But Jack merely raised a hand, and the Baron froze in place, not with ice, but with a magic that seemed to hold him in a bubble of time. "I don't think so, Baron," Jack said, his voice resonating with newfound power. "Your bitterness has no place in the holiday realms. It's time for you to remember the joy you once felt." A beam of pure, multicolored light shot from the scepter, enveloping the Baron. He screamed, a sound that started as rage but slowly transformed into something else, laughter. Pure, joyous laughter. As the light faded, the Baron was transformed. Gone was the dark, bitter chocolate shell, replaced by a figure of warm milk chocolate. His eyes, once filled with malice, now twinkled with mirth. I remember," he said, his voice choked with emotion. The joy of the holidays, the wonder of it all. How could I have forgotten? Carmela, seeing her partner's transformation, fell to her knees. Please, she begged, help me remember too. Jack smiled kindly, turning the scepter's power on her. In moments, she too was transformed, her kaleidoscope eyes now swirling with delight rather than malice. As Holly watched in amazement, Jack raised the scepter high. Chapter 19, A New Magic Dawns. The first rays of dawn broke over Merry Hollow, painting the sky in soft hues of pink and gold. Holly Evergreen and Jack Frost stood atop Peppermint Hill, overlooking the town they had fought so hard to protect. The Sugarplum Scepter glowed softly between them, its power humming with potential. Ready? Jack asked, his eyes twinkling with excitement. Holly nodded, a determined smile on her face. Let's bring the magic back to Merry Hollow. Together, they raised the scepter high. As they focused their combined will, a beam of pure, iridescent light shot from its tip, arcing over the town like a rainbow. Where it touched, magic bloomed. The effect was immediate and breathtaking. A wave of renewal swept through Merry Hollow, starting from the town square and rippling outwards. The great Christmas tree, which had stood as a silent sentinel during the battle, suddenly burst into life. Its lights blazed with a brilliance that outshone the rising sun, each ornament glowing with its own inner fire. From their vantage point, Holly and Jack watched in awe as the magic spread. Gingerbread houses, some still bearing scars from the recent conflict, began to repair themselves. Broken candy cane fences mended, their stripes becoming brighter and more vibrant than ever. The cobblestone streets, once cracked and dulled, now gleamed like polished gemstones, each stone a different pastel hue. Look! Holly gasped, pointing towards the gumdrop gardens. The once wilted candy flowers were perking up, their petals unfurling in a riot of color. Lollipop trees that had been bent and broken now stood tall, their swirled tops spinning gently in the morning breeze. A family of chocolate bunnies, who had been hiding in fear, cautiously emerged from their burrow, their ears twitching in wonder at the transformed landscape. As the renewal continued, the very air of Merry Hollow seemed to change. The lingering scent of dark magic and bitter chocolate was replaced by the sweet aroma of peppermint, cinnamon, and freshly baked cookies. Snowflakes began to fall, but these were unlike any Holly or Jack had ever seen. Each flake was a perfect miniature candy, sparkling as it drifted down and dissolving into a burst of sweet magic when it touched the ground. In the Candy Cane Lane district, lampposts that had been dull and lifeless suddenly lit up, their stripes swirling hypnotically. The sound of tinkling bells filled the air as doors and windows flew open, residents stepping out to witness the miracle unfolding around them. It's working, Jack said softly, his voice filled with wonder. Merry Hollow is coming back to life. Indeed, all across town, signs of renewed magic were appearing. The old wishing well in the town square, which had been a focal point of the Baron's dark plans, now bubbled with crystal-clear water that sparkled with every color of the rainbow. Those who drank from it found their spirits instantly lifted, filled with the joy and wonder of the holiday season. At the gingerbread bakery, ovens that had been cold and silent suddenly roared to life. The scent of baking gingerbread wafted out, so enticing that a line of eager customers formed almost instantly. Mrs. Snickerdoodle, the head baker, laughed with delight as her rolling pin began to work on its own, rolling out perfect sheets of cookie dough. In Frost Park, the ice rink that had been cracked and unusable smoothed itself into a flawless mirror-like surface. A group of young elves, tentative at first, stepped onto the ice. To their amazement, they found they could perform jumps and spins they had only dreamed of before, the renewed magic infusing them with grace and skill. As Holly and Jack continued to channel magic through the scepter, they felt a change in themselves as well. Holly's sugar magic, once limited to small creations, now flowed through her with incredible potency. She found she could shape and manipulate sweetness on a scale she had never imagined possible. Jack, too, felt his powers expanding. His control over ice and snow had always been impressive, but now he could feel a deeper connection to the very essence of winter itself. With a thought, he could conjure intricate frost patterns that seemed to dance with a life of their own. As the last of the renewal magic spread to the outskirts of town, Holly and Jack lowered the scepter. For a moment, they stood in silence, taking in the transformed Mary Hollow. "We did it," Holly said softly, her eyes shining with unshed tears of joy. Jack nodded, putting an arm around her shoulders. "We sure did. Look at it, Holly. It's more beautiful than ever." And it was true. Mary Hollow had always been a magical place, but now it fairly glowed with enchantment. The blend of Holly's sugar magic and Jack's winter powers had created something entirely new, a perfect balance of sweetness and frost that seemed to embody the very spirit of the holidays. As they made their way down the hill towards the town, they were met with cheers and applause from the gathered citizens. Mayor Kringle, his red coat now sparkling with magical frost patterns, rushed forward to greet them. "My dear friends," he beamed, his voice choked with emotion. "You've not just saved Mary Hollow, you've made it better than ever. How can we ever thank you?" Holly and Jack exchanged a glance, both feeling a bit overwhelmed by the adulation. "There's no need for thanks, Mayor," Holly said. "This is our home too. We only did what anyone would do to protect it." Jack nodded in agreement. "Besides," he added with a grin, "I think the real celebration is just beginning." As if on cue, music began to play from somewhere in the town square. It was a melody unlike any they had heard before, a perfect blend of every holiday tune, somehow harmonizing into a single, joyous song. The citizens of Mary Hollow, caught up in the magic of the moment, began to dance. Elves paired up with gingerbread men, sugar plum fairies twirled with candy cane soldiers, and even the reformed Baron von Bittersweet was seen attempting a clumsy waltz with a laughing Carmela candy cane. As Holly and Jack watched the impromptu celebration, they found themselves reflecting on the incredible journey that had brought them to this moment. "You know," Holly said thoughtfully, "when all this started, I was so worried about losing my magic. But now it's stronger than ever," Jack finished for her. "I know what you mean. It's like we've tapped into something bigger than ourselves." Holly nodded, her gaze sweeping over the joyous scene before them. "We've changed, Jack. Both of us. And I think it's for the better." Jack smiled, taking her hand in his. The touch sent a spark of magic between them, a mingling of sugar and frost that felt as natural as breathing. "Definitely for the better," he agreed. As they stood there, hand in hand, Mayor Kringle's voice boomed out over the crowd. "Attention, everyone. Attention please. In light of recent events, and to honor the heroes who saved our beloved town, I have an important announcement to make." The music faded, and all eyes turned towards the mayor. Holly and Jack shared a curious glance. What could the mayor have planned? "Friends, neighbors, citizens of Mary Hollow," Mayor Kringle continued, his voice ringing with pride. "I invite you all to join me in the town square this evening for a very special ceremony. It's time we recognized Holly Evergreen and Jack Frost for what they truly are, the guardians of Mary Hollow." A cheer went up from the crowd, so loud it seemed to shake the very foundations of the town. Holly and Jack found themselves at the center of a whirlwind of congratulations and well wishes. As they were swept up in the excitement, both Holly and Jack felt a sense of rightness, of coming home. They had faced trials, overcome doubts, and emerged stronger than ever. And now, with the support of the entire town behind them, they were ready to step into their new roles as official guardians. The sun climbed higher in the sky, its light catching on the sugar-frosted surfaces of Mary Hollow. A new day had dawned, bringing with it a new era of magic and wonder. And at the heart of it all stood Holly and Jack, their hands still clasped, ready to face whatever sweet adventures the future might hold. Chapter 20, Sweet Endings and Cracking Beginnings. The town square of Mary Hollow sparkled with festive lights as night fell. Garlands of enchanted candy canes and gingerbread ornaments adorned every building, and the air was thick with the scent of peppermint and hot cocoa. At the center of it all stood the great Christmas tree, its branches laden with twinkling ornaments that seemed to dance with renewed magical energy. Mayor Kringle, resplendent in his best red suit trimmed with magical frost, took the stage. His voice boomed out over the gathered crowd, magically amplified to reach every corner of the square. Citizens of Merry Hollow, we gather here tonight to celebrate not just our victory over darkness, but the dawn of a new era for our beloved town. And we owe it all to two extraordinary individuals. The crowd parted as Holly Evergreen and Jack Frost made their way to the stage. Holly's cheeks were flushed with a mix of embarrassment and pride, while Jack's grin was as bright as freshly fallen snow. Holly Evergreen and Jack Frost, the mayor continued, his voice thick with emotion, you have shown us the true meaning of courage, friendship, and holiday spirit. It is my great honor to officially name you the guardians of Merry Hollow. Cheers erupted as Mayor Kringle placed shimmering medals around their necks. The medals were crafted from enchanted sugar crystal, each one uniquely reflecting the magic of its wearer. As the applause died down, various citizens stepped forward to share their own stories and resolutions. Cinnamon Swirl, the town baker, announced her plans to start a magical baking school. After all, she said with a wink, we could all use a little more sweetness in our lives. Pepper Peppermint, head of town security, declared her intention to form a volunteer defense league. Next time trouble comes knocking, we'll all be ready, she stated firmly. Even the reformed Baron von Bittersweet took the stage, his once dark chocolate form now a warm, inviting milk chocolate. I'm opening a sanctuary, he announced, for those who've lost their way in the holiday realms. Everyone deserves a second chance at joy. As the ceremony wound down, Holly and Jack found a quiet moment away from the crowds. They stood beneath a candy cane archway, the sounds of celebration a gentle backdrop to their conversation. So, Holly said, a hint of shyness in her voice, Guardians of Merry Hollow. That's quite a title. Jack chuckled, frost patterns swirling around his feet.
Yeah.
Who would have thought? You know, when I first came to this town, I never imagined I'd find a home. Let alone a partner. Holly's heart skipped a beat at the word partner. Jack, But before she could finish her thought, a flicker of movement caught her eye. She looked up at the great Christmas tree, her brow furrowing in concern. Jack, look at the star, she said, pointing to the top of the tree. The Christmas star, usually a beacon of warm, golden light, was flickering erratically. Its glow pulsed and dimmed in an unsettling rhythm. That's not right, Jack muttered, his playful demeanor instantly replaced by focused concern. They quickly made their way to the base of the tree, using their combined magic to levitate themselves to the top. Up close, the star's condition was even more alarming. Hairline fractures ran across its surface, and the magic that usually flowed smoothly through it now sputtered and sparked. It's connected to the ley lines of the town, Holly realized aloud, her voice tight with worry. If it fails, the town's magic could be disrupted, Jack finished grimly. Before they could act, the clock tower began to chime midnight. With each resonant bong, the fractures in the star grew larger. Holly and Jack worked frantically, trying to stabilize it with their magic, but it was like trying to hold back an avalanche with their bare hands. On the final stroke of midnight, the star shattered with a sound like breaking ice. Fragments scattered in all directions, trailing sparks of fading magic. The effect was immediate and chilling. Lights across Merry Hollow flickered and dimmed. Holiday decorations that had been vibrant and alive moments ago now wilted visibly. And most alarmingly, the citizens below clutched at their chests, as if feeling their very magic being drained away. Holly and Jack shared a worried look, understanding that a new challenge had just begun. They descended quickly, using their magic to collect as many star fragments as they could. As Holly picked up a particularly large piece, she gasped. The surface of the shard rippled like water, and an image formed within it, Merry Hollow as it had been long ago, when the town was first founded. Jack, she called, her voice filled with wonder and apprehension. You need to see this. He peered into the shard, his eyebrows rising in surprise. Is that Mary Hollow? But it looks so different. Holly nodded, her mind racing with the implications. She turned to Jack, her green eyes meeting his icy blue ones. I think we're about to learn a lot more about our town's history than we ever bargained for.